Distinguished governors, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite you to find your seats. We look forward to starting today with you. Okay. Because please, if they have a blip, just to play it, because people are not settling down.
If they have to please come in, or the music, or what do you want? I'll get Chiara.
Otherwise, I begin.
Flash me up, me up. Yeah, merci. Merci.
Good morning.
Yeah.
I think I... Distinguished governors, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and a warm welcome to IFAD's 48th Governing Council. It is both a pleasure and an honor to welcome you at IFAD's headquarters here in Rome. I would also like to express my heartfelt thanks to all our colleagues and service providers for their exceptional efforts in setting up this beautiful venue. I'm sure you will agree with me that they have done an outstanding job, and I hope you will join me in acknowledging their efforts and dedication. This year's Governing Council presents us with a packed and important program. We will be addressing key items for your consideration, including the 2025 results-based program of work and budget, the report on the 13th replenishment of IFAD's resources, proposed amendments to IFAD's basic legal texts, and the collaboration between Rome-based agencies. Today is the high-level segment of the Governing Council with a center stage event on unlocking the potential of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, and a special event on the G7, G20, achievements and planning ahead, and two leaders' dialogues, one on finance and one on nutrition, both topics which will be the focus of important global gatherings this year, namely the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development to be held in Spain in June, and the Nutrition for Growth Summit, which will take place in Paris in March. Tomorrow our focus will shift to governance and partnerships, and with the annual Governors Roundtable on the theme Designing and Delivering for Impact in an Increasingly Complex Context, which will be held in the Italian conference room in the conference area in -1. Governors and heads of delegation are invited to a free and open exchange on IFAD's work in the context of growing complexity. Governors and heads of delegations have received a pin and a distinctive lanyard. The pin and lanyard will grant access to the round table, so you are kindly requested to wear it to facilitate access. The messengers will guide governors and heads of delegation to the Italian conference room tomorrow. Space limitations mean that only one representative per member state will be granted access to the roundtable. Additional delegates will be able to follow the proceedings from this room. Tomorrow will also feature a governor's dialogue on indigenous peoples and a governor's dialogue on South-South and triangular cooperation. Distinguished delegates, before we officially begin with today's proceedings, I would like to make a few brief announcements. In the event of an emergency, you will be kindly requested to listen to the announcements made through the public address system and to follow the instructions. The security guards will provide assistance as required. We shall now watch a short video on emergency procedures. Thank you very much for your attention.
As part of our emergency response plan for this event at IFAD headquarters, IFAD Security has developed two main emergency procedures, namely evacuation and lockdown. This video will show you what to do in case one of these scenarios is indicated. There are different circumstances under which the evacuation of the meeting areas may be required, such as fire, bomb threat, or earthquake. Evacuation routes are located within the conference room as shown here. In the unlikely event that an evacuation is required, please follow these steps. Once the evacuation message has been initiated, please leave the area as quickly as possible and move in an orderly manner to the nearest exit, following the green evacuation signs. Do not take anything with you other than your personal belongings when leaving. Security staff will direct you from the emergency exits to the applicable assembly points. Once you reach the assembly point, remain there and wait for further instructions from security. Do not go back into the event area unless security personnel issues an all-clear signal and instructs you to do so. Unlike an evacuation, lockdown procedures are triggered when the conditions inside of the building are safer than outside. Once a lockdown message has been initiated, remain within the current structure where you are located, as security will enforce a safe perimeter around the meeting areas. Remain where you are, stay away from the doors, keep your mobile phone active but on silent mode, and wait. Follow the instruction of security, who will maintain strict access control. Once the all clear is given by security, evacuation may be initiated. If you have any questions or are uncertain of what to do in case of an emergency, inform someone from the IFAD security team directly or call our Security Operations Center on extension 0654592777.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your attention. Allow me to briefly touch on health and safety measures in place for the Governing Council session. All attendees are required to refrain from participating in person in the Governing Council if they are experiencing flu-like symptoms. The IFAD Health and Wellness Unit can offer first aid and COVID testing in our unit on the ground floor if necessary. The medical facility is located in the B wing of the ground floor. In addition, health and colleagues will be on standby should you need any medical support and in case of any medical emergency. There will be a fully equipped ambulance with a full medical crew on standby daily for the entire duration of the GC. Kindly allow me to emphasize again the importance of refraining from joining the GC if you may feel fever or a cough or other such cold symptoms. We appreciate your cooperation and diligence in adhering to these preventative measures during the period of IFAD's Governing Council. Distinguished delegates, we sincerely look forward to your active engagement throughout the sessions, and in particular in our interactive sessions. Therefore, for delegates requesting the floor, please press the button on the base of the microphone. An intermittent green light will be activated to confirm that the request has been made. Your request will be automatically recorded. On the podium, the chair and the secretariat will see the list of speakers on a dedicated screen. When the chair accords the floor to a delegate, their microphone will be activated and the green flashing light will become red. I would like to kindly ask that your interventions are kept concise, no more than 3 minutes, as this will ensure that we are able to have maximum participation of all delegates. To facilitate time management, a timer will appear on the screen behind the podium. Our sincere thanks for abiding by the time limit. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. And Mr. Chair, I'm just checking on quorum. We're doing the last check. Distinguished governors, excellent ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your kind attention. Mr. Chair, we have quorum and all conditions have been met to formally open the session. It is therefore my pleasure to hand the floor to our chair.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, governors, delegates, and observers, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor of welcoming you to this session of the IFAD. Inequalities today are more pronounced than ever, and we have multiple crises, conflicts, natural disasters, and economic instability. They're compounding already fragile situations. The adverse effects of this polycrisis are being further exacerbated by disruptive and destructive forces across the world, which are rocking the very foundations of human solidarity and international cooperation. These challenges pose a serious threat to our collective ambition of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The reality is clear. We're not just lagging behind, but we're at risk of reversing the progress that we have worked so hard for. Now, more than ever, we need transformative change. Incremental improvements will not suffice. We must embrace bold, innovative actions and urgent investments from the private sector, from governments, and from all key stakeholders. We can no longer just identify triggers for change. We must take real, tangible, and united action together on the ground in order to improve rural communities, strengthen resilience, and foster sustainable food systems. The challenges are immense, and the situation is not easy, but there is reason for hope. We have technology, we have the innovations, and we have the knowledge to drive impactful change. What remains is to make sure that IFAD has the necessary resources to act decisively and effectively. With the right support, IFAD can continue to transform rural areas, strengthen food security, and empower those most in need.
Distinguished governors, I urge you to join me in shaping the IFAD of the future. As governors, it is our duty to empower IFAD to advocate within our governments, to raise awareness, and to mobilize the financial commitments necessary to unlock IFAD's full potential. Now is not the time to scale back our international efforts. The resources available to IFAD must match our ambitions and clearly identified needs. Therefore, the responsibility to act is ours to ensure that rural communities are not left behind, that food security becomes a reality for all, and that we build a future defined not by crises, but by resilience and opportunity. Together, let us step forward with conviction, with urgency, and with the unwavering commitment that no one is left behind. On that note, distinguished delegates, I am honored to declare the 48th session of the Governing Council of IFAD open. Let's now turn to the business of this session and adopt the agenda. Distinguished governors, delegates and observers, you have before you the provisional agenda as contained in document L.1 Ref 1. I am at the agenda item 2, the adoption of the agenda. In accordance with Rule 6 of the Rules of Procedure of the Governing Council, the agenda was prepared by the President of IFAD and endorsed by the Executive Board. The revision pertains to inclusion of an item regarding the elections of 2 vice chairs to the Governing Council Bureau, given the departures of the former vice chairs from Algeria and Ecuador. The proposal is that they be replaced by the governors from Nigeria and Brazil, respectively. We will take up this item immediately after the adoption of the agenda. I would ask distinguished governors to also note the program for the session, which sets out the timing of leaders and governors' dialogues and the order of consideration of items over the next 2 days. Distinguished delegates, are there any comments or questions on the provisional agenda? I see no comments. I take it that the provisional agenda is approved. As I see no objections, so it is decided. Et on passe au point 3 de l'ordre.
We can now move to item number 3, the election of vice chairpersons. Distinguished governors, delegates, and observers, at the 47th session of the Governing Council, the election of the Governing Council Bureau took place, so that was last year. Mr. Abdelkrim Touaria, the distinguished representative of Algeria, and Mr. Patricio Sebantroya Suarez, the distinguished representative of Ecuador, were appointed as vice chairs of this council, representing List B and Letsie, respectively. Mr. Troya Suarez and Mr. Abdelkrim Touaria have moved on to different duties, thus leaving a vacancy for the 2 vice chairs from List B and C. Rule 12 of the Governing Council's Rules of Procedure, and in particular paragraph 2, therefore applies. The rule specifies that, and I quote, if an officer resigns or ceases to be a governor, he shall cease to hold his office and a special election shall be held at the next session, unless by decision without a meeting, the vacancy is filled by the governor of the same member state. End of quote. Lisby has informed the Secretariat of the nomination of His Excellency Mr. Abubakar Kyari, Minister for Agriculture and Food Security of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Governor for Nigeria, to take up the role of Vice Chair. For List C, Her Excellency Tatiana Rosito, Ambassador and Deputy Minister for Finance for International Affairs of the Federative Republic of Brazil and Governor for Brazil, was nominated to take up the role of Vice Chair. As such, and in line with a rule that I already mentioned, we have included this item on the agenda. May I take it that there are no objections to these nominations? I see no objections. Once again, allow me to extend my sincere congratulations to my Bureau colleagues. I look forward to working together. We will now continue with the formal opening ceremony. We're honored to have a number of distinguished guests joining us for this ceremony. Let me ask my Bureau colleagues to join me as I now leave the plenary hall together with the President of IFAD and Vice President to greet our distinguished guests. With that, let me pass the floor to the Secretary. Ms. Tenhave, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, I would like to kindly ask you to remain in your seats as we await the entrance of our special guests. We will be honored here today by the presence of a number of special guests who will be formally welcomed by the President of IFAD and His Excellency Giancarlo Giorgetti, Minister of Economy and Finance of the Italian Republic. The Council will hear from His Majesty King Letsie III of the Kingdom of Lesotho, His Excellency Julius Maada Wonie, the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Her Excellency Noora Sulaiman Salem Al-Fassam, Minister for Finance and Minister for State of Economic Affairs and Investment of the State of Kuwait, who will be delivering a message on behalf of His Highness of the Amir of the State of Kuwait, Sheikh Meshar Ahmad Al-Jabbar Al-Sabah. Further, His Excellency Hussein Bashe, Minister of Agriculture for the United Republic of Tanzania, delivering a statement on behalf of Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. We will also hear a video message from His Excellency Muhammad Yunus, Chief Advisor of the interim government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. And then we will be honored by the presence here today of His Excellency Mohammed Al-Jasser, President, Islamic Development Bank, and of Her Excellency Janja Lula da Silva, First Lady of the Federative Republic of Brazil. While we await a signal, I will then ask you to kindly raise in your places to welcome our special guests to the inaugural session. Okay. Would you join me to rise in your places to welcome our special guests kindly?
Mesdames et Messieurs les gouverneurs,
Ladies and gentlemen, governors, delegates, before I give the floor to our speakers, I'd like to give the floor to the President of IFAD, Mr. Alvaro Laria, whom I welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson, Vice Chairs, Excellencies, distinguished governors, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor to welcome you to the 48th session of the Governing Council. Let me introduce you some of our high-level guests and speakers. It is a pleasure for us today to have His Excellency Giancarlo Giorgetti, Minister of Economy and Finance of the Italian Republic, who will welcome fellow governors to the Eternal City of Rome. Italy plays a key role in our mission and has always been a generous host to IFAD. I would also like to welcome our distinguished keynote speaker, His Majesty, King Letsie III of the Kingdom of Lesotho. His Majesty is both the African Union's Nutrition Champion and FAO Goodwill Ambassador on Nutrition, demonstrating dedication for advocating for the right to sufficient and nutritious food. His efforts have profoundly influenced the development of effective, concrete solutions to address nutrition challenges in the continent. It is also an honor to welcome His Excellency Julius Maada Wonie, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, and Her Excellency Dr. Fatima Maada Bio, the First Lady of Sierra Leone. I would like to commend His Excellency's leadership and tireless efforts in addressing the pressing issue of rural poverty eradication and its far-reaching impact on food security. His Excellency's commitment has yielded significant results, including increased financial inclusion, job creation, and innovation. Together with the First Lady, their focus on empowering women and girls in Sierra Leone is commendable. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to Her Excellency Noora Sulaiman Salem Al Fassam, Minister of Finance and Minister of State for Economic Affairs and Investment of the State of Kuwait, who will deliver a message from His Highness the Emir of the State of Kuwait, Sheikh Meshal Al-Ahmad Al-Jaber Al-Sabah. As a founding member of IFAD, Kuwait's partnership with the fund has been instrumental in the fight against poverty. This partnership has played a crucial role in fostering sustainable agricultural growth and improving the livelihoods of vulnerable communities across the globe. It is my pleasure also to welcome His Excellency Hussein Bashe, Minister for Agriculture of the United Republic of Tanzania, delivering a statement on behalf of Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Excellency, your country's dedication to empowering women and youth in agriculture, as well as fostering sustainable employment opportunities and development, lies at the heart of IFAD's mission. IFAD looks forward to continuing our successful partnership to transform the United Republic of Tanzania's agricultural sector. My sincere appreciation also to His Excellency Muhammad Yunus, Chief Advisor of the Interim Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, for sharing a video statement. The tireless commitment of His Excellency to empowering youth, fostering innovative social entrepreneurship, and pioneering micro-lending efforts has established a compelling signal for institutions globally. We at IFAD are indeed proud of our long-standing partnership with the government and look forward to continuing our collaborative efforts. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to His Excellency Mohammed Al-Jasser, President of the Islamic Development Bank. Under your leadership, the bank's commitment to advancing economic growth, sustainability, and innovative financing mechanisms has been further strengthened. IFAD is dedicated to its robust partnership with ISDB, working together to advance global food security and enhance nutrition. Finally, it is my privilege to welcome Her Excellency Janja Lula da Silva, First Lady of the Federative Republic of Brazil. Brazil's leadership in spearheading the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty has inspired a renewed sense of political commitment and unity among nations, encouraging collective action that leads to tangible outcomes. This initiative not only aligns closely with IFAD's mission of empowering rural communities, but also plays a vital role in promoting inclusive development on a global scale. Your Majesty, Excellencies, on my own behalf and on behalf of the governors of this fund, I thank you for gracing us with your presence here today. Thank you very much.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President Ladio. Allow me to join you in expressing our deep gratitude to our distinguished guests for accepting to share addresses with the Council. Now it's my honor to give the floor to His Excellency Giancarlo Giorgetti, Minister for Economy and Finance of the Italian Republic, to join in welcoming our fellow governors and esteemed guests.
C'est mieux que ministre de l'économie, je pense. Mr. President, distinguished governors, ministers, and aides of state, I am honored to welcome you here in Rome for the opening of the 48th section of the IFAD's Governing Council. This Governing Council section comes at a critical juncture. We are living in a time of change where also multilateral cooperation is subject to a new form of scrutiny. But this does not change the reality that many regions of the world still face acute food insecurity and endemic hunger crisis. The international community needs to increase efficiency in adopting effective actions to tackle those pressing challenges. We are also living in a time of multiple overlapping crises, but we should not lose sight that roughly 3/4 of the planet's poorest people live in the rural areas in developing countries. This is why Italy developed a new approach to Africa called Mattei Plan, after the name of a famous Italian businessman that 70 years ago, before decolonization, was already practicing mutual respect and equality with the developing countries. The Mattei Plan became a key flagship initiative of the Italian government to strengthen ties with African countries. Ties based on mutual benefits and shared interests. Our aim is to foster economic and social developments at the local level based on a partnership among equals. This is the background for our renewed strong support for IFAD as a solid and credible partner in this endeavor. We recognize its merit as a unique organization in the development landscape with its focus on the first mile, where a real difference can be made, and with its mission to invest in the most vulnerable rural communities. Let me then recall the importance of the recent IFAD replenishment, IFAD 13, with a cycle starts this year. The donors sent a strong signal committing to a replenishment of unprecedented ambition. This replenishment will allow IFAD's programs to become stronger in crucial areas such as fragility, climate change, and private sector empowerment, precisely at the time when other multilateral organizations are under scrutiny. As you know, despite the tight budget constraints imposed by the European Union, Italy made a strong effort, raising its contribution by 30% compared to the previous cycle, with a pledge of $119 million, confirming its ranking as the third donor overall. This proves our support to this institution, its priorities and values. As a proud host country, we see the fund as a key partner in addressing extreme poverty and food insecurity, in a spirit of cooperation with the other Rome-based UN agencies. Today, the Mattei Plan with Africa is a priority of our foreign policy. Initially launched with 9 pilot African countries, Algeria, Congo, Egypt, Ethiopia, Ivory Coast, Kenya, Morocco, Mozambique, and Tunisia, the plan has been recently extended to 5 more countries: Angola, Ghana, Mauritania, Tanzania, and Senegal. Our Mattei Plan is being implemented in close cooperation with international financial institutions, including the World Bank, which just inaugurated an office in Rome precisely because of this. In that regard, let me remember the recent successful IDA 21 replenishment. Also, later this year, we will be participating in negotiations for an equally successful replenishment of the African Development Fund. Let me also recall the potential of the G20 Capital Adequacy Frameworks agenda launched by Italy in 2021 during our G20 presidency. We appreciate the preliminary reflection IFAD has started on how to integrate some CAF recommendations and innovations into its financial strategy to enhance its financial capacity. Let me stop here. I wish you very fruitful discussion today and tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your remarks, and may I also express on behalf of the Council our sincere gratitude for the long-standing support of IFAD to the Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is my pleasure and honour to invite His Majesty King Letsie III of the Kingdom of Lesotho to deliver his inaugural address. Your Majesty, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency President of IFAD, Mr. Alvaro Lario, Chairperson of the Governing Council, Honorable Ministers, here present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a distinct honor and privilege for me to stand here in front of this august gathering to talk about one of the most critical issues that affects our lives and that has a heavy influence on our future as the human race. This is a subject that has become very close to my heart in the last decade, since my appointment as the African Union Champion on Nutrition, and subsequently the FAO Goodwill Ambassador on Nutrition. I would therefore like to convey my sincerest gratitude to the Governing Council and the President of IFAD for extending me an invitation to participate in this important event and share my thoughts on how we can combat the existential threat of malnutrition, hunger, and poverty. Ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting at a time when the world is facing an alarming situation where about 22% of the world's children are stunted, and almost 30% of the world's population suffers from one or more micronutrient deficiencies as a result of the lack of access to foods that sustain healthy growth and development. Malnutrition levels across Africa remain unacceptably high, with 13.7% of infants having a low birth weight, and 30.7% of children under 5 years of age suffering from stunting. As Africans, we know, and we have seen, and we are seeing that our continent is disproportionately affected by the scourge of climate change. The impacts of climate change, such as droughts, floods, land degradation, and the loss of biodiversity, are deeply intertwined with the continent's agri-food systems and the multiple challenges around food and nutrition security. As the threat of climate change becomes more evident, it is imperative that African countries tackle climate and nutrition in interlinked ways, with a clear strategy to mitigate the impacts of climate change on healthy diets. Malnutrition in all forms imposes very high social and economic costs on our countries, developing or developed. It represents a long-term drain on socio-economic development, with African economies losing between 1.9% and 16.5% of their annual GDP to child undernutrition. Furthermore, malnutrition hinders healthy development of children due to stunted growth, wasting, micronutrient deficiencies, and sadly, it is one of the biggest contributors to global child mortality, accounting to about 45% of deaths among children under 5 years of age. Ladies and gentlemen, this situation cannot be allowed to continue. We need collectively to promote and implement integrated action and complementary interventions that are supported by a strong political will to drive an increase in the share of the national budgets allocated for nutrition. We also need gender-sensitive investments in nutrition. Investments that will protect the interests of our youth, indigenous people, people with disabilities, and investments that are economically, socially, culturally, and environmentally sustainable. The overarching purpose of these investments should be to break the intergenerational cycle of poverty and malnutrition, and to find long-lasting solutions that will help us create sustainable food systems that can deliver healthy diets. Excellencies, honored guests, the Kingdom of Lesotho has placed nutrition as a key national priority, and we remain committed to the goal of reducing or even eliminating all forms of malnutrition, especially child undernutrition. Even though our country has enjoyed some moderate economic growth in recent years, we are still struggling to address food insecurity, poverty, and malnutrition. Lesotho's economy relies heavily on agriculture, which is the main source of income for a majority of the rural population. The nation's agri-food systems are now heavily affected by climate change. Prolonged droughts, which are often accompanied by unusually high temperatures, and flash floods, are compromising the availability, accessibility, affordability, and consumption of diverse and nutritious diets. In order to confront these challenges head-on, the government of Lesotho has pledged to accelerate efforts to address malnutrition, particularly child malnutrition, and in so doing, achieve the Sustainable Development Goal 2.2. In this regard, the government has undertaken key steps to build an enabling environment for better nutrition outcomes through strategic and multi-sectoral frameworks and programs that will allow different stakeholders to contribute and play a role in the increase of our food and nutrition security. The government of Lesotho, in tackling these challenges, including these challenges of climate change, has had the good fortune of working with committed development partners such as IFAD, the World Bank, FAO, and many others. The support we have received from these partnerships has enabled us to institute various climate adaptation and mitigation measures, such as restoring degraded lands and enhancing the protection of our biodiversity. I would like to believe that all these efforts are contributing to tangible improvements in livelihoods, food and nutrition security, and the general well-being of our rural communities. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot emphasize enough the importance of promoting and implementing sustainable, nutrition-sensitive, climate-smart agri-food system policies, programs, and investment plans that can catalyze actions to prioritize nutrition across the entire agri-food system. I am convinced, and I have no doubt that you are also convinced, that a robust and resilient agri-food system can help improve the availability, accessibility, and affordability of safe and nutritious food, and foster healthy and sustainable diets. I am of the firm view, therefore, that nutrition should be an explicit part of our development policies and should be integrated in food and agriculture-related programs and investments. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as the African Union champion on nutrition, I am deeply committed to advocating for food and nutrition security as a fundamental pillar of sustainable development. I will continue to call for the building of strong partnerships between all stakeholders, partnerships which will accelerate the transformation of our agri-food systems in sustainable, inclusive, and resilient ways, while ensuring the delivery of healthy and affordable diets for all. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I wish to express our heartfelt appreciation for your inspiring and eloquent address. I think I can say that it has instilled us with a renewed sense of purpose and commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is my pleasure and honor to invite His Excellency Julius Maada Wonie, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, to deliver his inaugural address. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Your Majesty, Excellencies, distinguished governors, President of IFAD, honored delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to address this very distinguished gathering of leaders, experts, and stakeholders committed to transforming agriculture and rural development. I extend first my deepest gratitude to the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, for inviting me to participate in this important discussion on catalyzing investment at the first mile. This theme resonates deeply with Sierra Leone's journey towards sustainable development and shared prosperity. The first mile represents the heart of our rural economies. Smallholder farmers, fisher folks, and rural entrepreneurs. These individuals remain the bedrock of food systems and national economies despite limited resources and structural challenges. The theme also captures the essence of what we strive for, creating meaningful and lasting change at the very foundation of our food systems. For more than 40 years, IFAD's locally led development model has helped rural communities to take control of their futures. Your Majesty, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our food systems are under immense pressure, facing unprecedented global challenges. Economic uncertainties, conflicts, climate change, and entrenched inequalities continue to impact our rural communities disproportionately. These crises not only expose our long-standing systemic issues, but often aggravate them. Rural areas, often seen as the last mile, are in fact the starting point, the first mile for achieving global food security and sustainable development. Rural economies are the backbone of Sierra Leone's economy. Yet, they bear the brunt of climate change and are most affected by various shocks. Smallholder farmers make up more than 90% of the agricultural workforce, with women representing 70%. Their contribution is invaluable, yet they face significantly greater challenges than men in accessing finance, resources, and time, limiting their full potential. Recent crises have underscored the urgency of our situation and the need for immediate action. We cannot afford to continue on this path. As leaders, we can all agree that targeted investment have the power to transform livelihoods. It is our responsibility, therefore, to prioritize empowering rural communities, especially women and youth, to take the lead in driving this progress. With the right support, rural populations have the potential to sustain themselves and their economies and communities, significantly contributing to national food sovereignty, strengthening global and food security, and create opportunities in rural areas for the next generation. Your Majesty, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in Sierra Leone, under my flagship Feed Salon initiative launched in 2023, my country has embarked on an ambitious journey to transform its food systems. We have embraced a private sector-led approach that positions agriculture as the engine of economic growth. We aim to completely overhaul our food systems to achieve food security and inclusive economic growth for current and future generations. Our goal is to restore pride in farming as it once was when Sierra Leone was a significant exporter of rice, coffee, cocoa, and other cash crops. To achieve this, we rely on the support of our international partners who have pledged over $1 billion for the next 5 years. We are grateful for your support. While this may sound substantial, it falls short of what is needed to realize our ambitious agriculture sector goals. In the months ahead, we aim to turn these pledges into concrete actions. Your commitment and action are crucial to mobilize additional resources and ensure the success of our transformative agenda. Your Majesty, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have taken a giant stride towards food self-sufficiency in Sierra Leone by ramping up local rice, onion, eggs production, and cutting our reliance on imports by over $10 million in 2024. We have also invested in rural infrastructure, a neglected sector, including building new roads, bridges, and irrigation systems, and improving access to mechanization services and storage facilities. These initiatives are crucial to giving smallholder farmers the tools they need to thrive and embrace agriculture as a business. Access to agricultural finance remains one of our greatest challenges. To tackle this, the government has already facilitated over $28 million in agricultural financing, empowering women and youth to take the advantage in transforming our food systems. This year alone, we will redouble our efforts and aim for greater progress. Our ultimate goal is to establish an agricultural lending bank that will catalyze innovation and growth and unlock the full potential of Sierra Leone's agri-food systems. Majesty, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we recognize that meaningful transformation begins at home. But we also want our efforts to make waves beyond our borders. Sierra Leone is proud to be part of a global alliance that advocates for a systemic approach to food and amplify the voices of smaller nations in shaping the global food systems agenda. As co-chair of the Alliance of Champions for Food Systems Transformation, alongside Brazil and Rwanda, Sierra Leone is leveraging this platform to advocate for equitable and sustainable food systems. It has enabled us to share our experiences, learn from others, and rally global support for innovative solutions to food insecurity. We are also proud to have recently joined the flagship G20 Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty under Brazil's presidency. This alliance places food security and poverty alleviation at the center of global development agenda. Through this alliance, we are committed to advancing key policy priorities, including scaling up our homegrown school feeding programs. Last year, in partnership with our stakeholders, we provided nutritious food to over 500,000 school-going children across Sierra Leone, ensuring better health and education outcomes for the future generation. These alliances reflect Sierra Leone's ambition to benefit from international support and contribute meaningfully to global solutions. We want to show that even small nations can lead boldly and inspire impactful change in global food systems. Partnerships are essential for countries like Sierra Leone, providing the support and collaboration needed to turn potential into meaningful progress. Our long-standing partnership with IFAD has been instrumental in empowering our rural communities. Together, we have worked to lay a solid foundation for advancing food systems with IFAD, consistently proving to be a steadfast and committed ally on this journey. Collectively, we are driving transformative programs valued at over $270 million United States dollars. These include rural finance and community improvement programs, which has over $65 million United States dollars in funding and delivers vital financial and technical support to empower farmers to overcome challenges and succeed. Similarly, the Agricultural Value Chain Development Project, with over $102 million United States dollars, has significantly enhanced productivity and established sustainable value chains for crops like oil palm, cocoa, and rice across 9 districts in Sierra Leone. In 2025, we will implement the Livestock and Livelihood Development Program, a $105 million initiative co-funded by IFAD. This program aims to transform the livestock sector, benefiting nearly 500,000 people in rural farming communities by reducing poverty, improving improving food security, and enhancing nutrition. Sierra Leone remains an IFAD committed partner. I'm here to make that assurance. Our participation in IFAD replenishment cycles show our determination to advance sustainable agriculture and improve rural livelihoods. Our pledge to IFAD 13 reinforces this dedication and strengthens our coalition with member states to scale up our investment in food systems and rural communities. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Majesty, in light of the challenges that we face, our coalition must become even stronger. We need to do more because we cannot continue to respond reactively to crisis after crisis. The time for action is now. Instead, we must be resilient and preparedness by making the right choices and investing in local food systems. This is the moment to leapfrog traditional barriers and accelerate first-mile investments, adopting innovative solutions that drive meaningful progress. I urge global partners to significantly scale up investment in rural economies, ensuring that resources directly benefit communities where they are most needed. We must also leverage South-to-South cooperation to share knowledge, scale up impactful solutions, and foster innovation across borders. Strengthening multilateral partnerships is equally crucial to addressing the root causes of food insecurity, poverty, and climate vulnerabilities. Finally, we must leapfrog outdated financing models by embracing innovation in agriculture funding, such as establishing agricultural lending and insurance schemes. These are essential for unlocking the potential of smallholder farmers and driving sustainable transformation. Now is the time to invest in resilient future. Sierra Leone remains committed to a partnership with IFAD, and as a member of our impactful coalition, to advancing its shared vision of empowering our communities. As deliberated during this session, as we deliberate during this session, let us walk the talk and turn our shared aspirations into more visible outcomes for our rural people, ensuring no one is left behind. On that note, I want to thank all of you, and I look forward to fruitful discussions and impactful outcome from the 48th session of the IFAD Governing Council. Thank you.
I sincerely thank you, Your Excellency, and the First Lady for joining us today. Your profound and thought-provoking address has not only deeply resonated with us, but also provided invaluable guidance. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure and honor to invite Her Excellency Noora Sulaiman Salem Al-Fassam, Minister for Finance and Minister of State for Economic Affairs and Investments of the State of Kuwait, to deliver a message from His Highness the Emir of the State of Kuwait, Sheikh Bashe Al-Ahmad Al-Jaber Al-Sabah. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Good morning, buongiorno and bonjour, sabah al-khair. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Wassalamu alaikum.
In the name of God, the All-Merciful, the Compassionate.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to stand before this distinguished gathering at such a critical moment, representing the state of Kuwait's solid commitment to a more secure and sustainable future for all. President Lario, I thank you for your leadership and this opportunity to reaffirm Kuwait's enduring commitment to International Fund for Agriculture Development, the IFAD. I am also pleased to convey the warm greetings of His Highness Sheikh Mish'al al-Ahmed al-Jaber al-Sabah, the Emir of the State of Kuwait, and his best wishes for a successful session at the IFAD. The mission of IFAD, to empower rural communities and promote sustainable agriculture development, aligns closely with Kuwait's vision for equitable growth, human progress, and resilience. As a founding member of IFAD, Kuwait has been committed to this mission from the outset. Today, more than 735 million people face food insecurity, a stark reminder that urgent action is needed. The world needs IFAD more than ever, and we remain committed in our dedication to strengthening our collaboration for a more sustainable, food-secure future. The State of Kuwait reaffirms its steadfast commitment to global solidarity, poverty alleviation, and addressing the pressing challenges of food insecurity and climate change. Our enduring partnership with IFAD is built on shared values, mutual respect, and a collective commitment to improving lives across the globe. Through the Kuwait Fund for Arabic Economic Development, we have proudly supported IFAD since its inception, contributing to efforts that transform rural communities, enhance food security, and tackle the global challenges of poverty and climate change. As IFAD reminds us, rural people are not the problem, they are the solution. It is our collective duty to ensure they have the tools, knowledge, and financing necessary to drive change in their communities. Kuwait recognizes that food security and sustainable agriculture are not just global issues, but national priorities as well. At home, we have prioritized sustainable water management, technological innovation in agriculture, and climate resilience, ensuring that our policies align with our international commitments. Through the public-private partnerships, Kuwait is fostering agriculture advancements that promote food sovereignty, investing in renewable energy projects for water desalination, and leveraging digital solutions for smarter resource management. These national efforts serve as a model for what is possible when innovation meets commitment. Kuwait is not only a donor and strategic partner, but also a thought leader in global agriculture development. Through innovative financing mechanisms and partnerships, we aim to set a benchmark for how nations can work together to drive meaningful, lasting change. Building on this strong foundation, I am honored to announce a landmark co-financing agreement signed during COP16 in Riyadh in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia between Kuwait Fund and IFAD. This agreement marks a bold new chapter in our shared commitment, accelerating solutions for food security and climate resilience where they are needed most. By solidifying our collaboration, this agreement will enhance project co-financing to support small-scale farmers, streamline coordination between IFAD and the Kuwait Fund, and establish a framework for regular progress evaluation to maximize the impact. It is a proactive response to global challenges: climate change, land degradation, and resource scarcity that disproportionately affect the world's most vulnerable communities. As we reaffirm our shared commitments, Kuwait looks forward to expanding and strengthening its collaboration with IFAD in the years ahead. Kuwait's commitment to this partnership is further exemplified by a 45% increase in our pledge for IFAD 13, a testament to our dedication to combating poverty and promoting sustainable development. Our future cooperation will focus on advancing climate-resilient infrastructure, accelerating the digital transformation of agriculture, and implementing targeted capacity-building programs for rural communities. These priorities underscore our recognition of small-scale farmers' critical role in global food security and sustainable development. The State of Kuwait remains firmly committed to ensuring that our work together serves as a model of cooperation and shared purpose. By leveraging Kuwait's expertise in infrastructure development and IFAD's deep experience in rural development, we can achieve meaningful and lasting change. While Kuwait continues to deepen its engagement, this mission must not rest on one nation alone. We invite all nations to join us in scaling up investment in the small-scale agriculture, integrating technology for more resilient food systems, and ensuring sustainable development remains at the heart of global policies. Governments alone cannot solve these challenges. We urge private sector leaders, the international organizations, the multilateral institutions, and the civil society to collaborate with us in investing in sustainable agriculture, developing innovating financing models, and deploying the climate-smart technologies that would support rural communities. If we are to truly transform global food systems, the time for action is now. In conclusion, Kuwait expresses its profound appreciation for IFAD's leadership and dedication. Together, let us commit, not just in words, but in action, to ensuring that no farmer is left behind, no community is forgotten, and no challenge is too great to overcome. The challenges before us are immense, but our resolve is greater. Let us act boldly, invest wisely, and stand together, because a future defined by prosperity, equity, and resilience is not just possible, it is within our power to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I wish to express our heartfelt appreciation to you and through you to His Highness the Emir for sharing this eloquent and inspiring address. We're truly honored and grateful for your presence here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is my pleasure and honor to invite His Excellency Hussein Bashe, Minister for Agriculture of the United Republic of Tanzania, delivering a statement on behalf of Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Your Majesty, Heads of State, President of IFAD, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to deliver this speech on behalf of Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who was invited in person to participate on the 48th session of IFAD Governing Council themed Catalyzing Investment at the First Mile. It reflects the significance of rural life that most of our countries benefit from directly. And this theme came at a right time when the world needs to have honest discussion on the global financial infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by registering our heartfelt appreciation and greetings from the people of the United Republic of Tanzania to IFAD and other development partners for the supporting transformation of agriculture in Tanzania. The United Republic of Tanzania have a long-standing partnership with IFAD and is still committed to continue contributing to the inclusive development of our country, whereby around 70% of the population is dominated by the smallholder farmers. Also, according to Kampala Declaration 2025, smallholder farmers are defined as small and medium enterprise, playing the role of transforming rural realities into economic growth of the country. Therefore, investing to them is inevitable to create sustainable global growth. Sustainable global growth. The world needs to define and agree unanimously on investing at the first mile. For the last 4 decades, IFAD has established itself as a key partner in ensuring food security and sovereignty in line with our national priority, strategies, and plan. Ladies and gentlemen, our agenda in agriculture is food system approach and wealth creation. The United Republic of Tanzania vision is to feed ourselves and feed others commercially. In line to this agenda, Tanzania has adopted various initiatives and set of priorities, such as increasing production and productivity, irrigation infrastructure, job creation, digitalization, trade, and access to finance, geared at improving agricultural sector and enhance to contribution to the economic growth. In implementing the set priority, the government has increased budgetary allocation to the crop subsector from 88 million USD in 2021 to 420 million USD in 2024. Livestock has increased from 16 million US dollar to 120 million US dollar in 2024. This has led to the increase of the contribution of agricultural sector and growth of the sector from the growth of 2.7% growth annually to 4.2 2024, increase of food production from 17 million metric tons to 22 million metric tons, increase export value from $1.2 million to $3.5 million by 2024, increase of food self-sufficiency from 114% to 128%. Also, we aim at increase our irrigation infrastructure from 560 hectares to 1.2 million hectares this year, and decrease of post-harvest loss from 25% to 5% by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, Tanzania expects to launch Tanzania Development Vision by 2050, which has deliberately put agricultural sector at the center of the country economic transformation. Ahead of this, we came up with the Agricultural Master Plan 2050. The Agricultural Master Plan is visionary, broadly economically perspective, and address specific intervention to agricultural sector as a roadmap and investment framework for agricultural transformation for the next 25 years. We thank IFAD and other development partners for supporting this initiative. And we thank you, Mr. President, very much for the establishment of Agricultural Transformation Office. To kickstart operationalization of Agricultural Master Plan, we have developed Agenda 1030 Investment Roadmap, which aims at attaining 10% sector growth by 2030 from the current average of 5%. To attain this dream to reality, youth and women has been given the center of the transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have also embarked on implementation of the Building a Better Tomorrow Agribusiness Initiative program to promote youth and women initiative to agribusiness to create 3 million jobs. The programs aim at addressing unemployment to youth and women by solving their main challenges such as access to agricultural land, startup capital, skills, technology, and reliable market for agricultural produce. This success has not been realized by the government alone. As we speak, we are implementing various programs and projects supported by IFAD, including Agriculture and Fisheries Development Program, Climate Smart Dairy Transformation Project, and Tanzania Food System Resilience Project. The value of this project is over $600 million. We thank African Development Bank to partner with a youth program by investing $100 million. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Tanzania recognizes the paramount importance of the safeguarding food security and ending hunger in line with the sustainable SDGs. The vulnerability of food production system to the adverse impact of climate change, as well as the critical role of protecting, conceiving and restoring ecosystem in delivering climate adaptation benefits and co-benefit while ensuring social and environmental safeguarding. Despite the achievement recorded through the implementation of above-mentioned priorities, agriculture sector in Tanzania is challenged by a number of factors, including limited access to finance by the main producers, who are smallholder farmers, reliable technology, and accessibility to agricultural inputs such as seed and fertilizer, over-dependency to rain-fed agriculture, low access of market, especially international market. These challenges call for strategic and sustainable intervention through multilateral and bilateral collaboration, which can be realized by mutual partnership between your organization and the government of Tanzania. Multilateral and bilateral partnership are very important to this end because it is my belief the international economic order lack equality and equity on the distribution of financial resources, technology, and other important opportunities that jeopardize smallholder farmers to adopt sustainable agricultural practice, which is key to the economic growth. Therefore, in order to ensure sustainable agriculture, wealth creation, and economic prosperity, we must all agree and deliberately put into action the agenda of investing at first mile by reforming the global financial architecture, which will favor and support smallholder farmers and recognize them as an enterprise. Global threats on environment, nutrition, economic growth, food security can only be resolved if the world will agree to change the global financial architecture. I thank you all.
Thank you, Excellency, for delivering this address and for your participation in this important meeting. And please extend our warmest regards and thanks to Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Muhammad Yunus, Chief Advisor of the interim government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, was unable to join us today, but has kindly shared a video message to the Governing Council. I invite you to watch the video.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, let me congratulate IFAD for arranging this 48th Governing Council meeting, having the theme of catalyzing investment at the first mile. It is timely and befitting, considering the imperative to reducing poverty and inequality, ensuring stability, and feeding the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the uprising led by the students and the youth in Bangladesh was initially aimed at ending discrimination. Progressively, the movement evolved into a people's movement. The world eventually saw how people at large stood against autocracy, oppression, discrimination, injustice, and corruption, both on the streets and online. We believe the uprising that the world witnessed in Bangladesh in the span of few weeks may inspire many across communities and countries to stand for freedom and justice. I call upon the international community to engage with the new Bangladesh that aims to realize freedom and democracy for everyone. Over the years, IFAD's investments in Bangladesh have played an important role in enhancing agricultural productivity, improving livelihoods, and strengthening resilience to climate change. Yet, as we stand on the front lines of climate change, we must do more and continue to prioritize investments in climate-resilient agriculture, sustainable irrigation, and innovative technologies to safeguard these gains. Our aim of collaboration with IFAD began more than 4 decades ago. One of such projects, titled Grameen Bank Project, was supporting the Grameen Bank, a pioneer institution that demonstrated the power of microcredit in empowering the rural poor. IFAD's support for this initiative underscored a shared commitment to fostering financial inclusion and entrepreneurship among those excluded from traditional banking systems, especially women. I have been practicing and talking about social business, which has provided a new dimension to development and to solve social problems. Social business is a powerful tool that combines sustainability with social impact and address societal challenges by reinvesting profits to further their mission rather than distributing dividends to shareholders. It creates a virtuous cycle where businesses thrive by addressing the needs of the community, thereby fostering long-term development. IFAD's efforts in social inclusions are notable. In Bangladesh, IFAD supported projects empower rural women with tools, training, and resources to lead and drive economic challenges. This aligns with the vision of a 3-0 world: zero poverty through zero wealth concentration, zero unemployment, and zero net carbon emissions. With the tools like microfinance, inclusive policies, and sustainable technologies, all that remains is the collective will to implement cohesive strategies for a just, equitable, and sustainable future. And thus, we can ensure that no one is left behind. In the face of escalating climate challenges, IFAD's commitment to resilience building has become more critical than ever. Bangladesh, with its low-lying geography, faces the stark realities of rising sea levels, increased flooding, and soil salinity. By investing in climate resilience infrastructure, sustainable agricultural practices, and renewable energy solutions, IFAD ensures that rural communities can thrive in harmony with the environment. The development of salt-tolerant crops, efficient water management systems, and community-led climate adaptation measures are critical steps in this direction. Let us strive to seize opportunities for the most vulnerable and build a better world where no one is left behind. It is crucial to engage the youth, from young farmers to students of agriculture and technology, and other multidisciplinaries who are our future leaders and change makers. They have the creativity, the innovation, and the passion to make a better world for all of us. Thank you. Wishing you a great council meeting.
Let me express our sincere appreciation for the message of the Chief Advisor of the Interim Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh to the Council today. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is my pleasure and honor to invite His Excellency Muhammad Jasser, President of the Islamic Development Bank, to deliver his statement. Excellency, the floor is yours.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate.
Your Excellencies, my friend Lario, distinguished guests, it is indeed a profound honor for me to address the 48th IFAD Governing Council. On behalf of the Islamic Development Bank, I extend my deepest appreciation to IFAD for its commitment to eradicating poverty and hunger and promoting sustainable agricultural development. Congratulations to IFAD on nearly 5 decades of transformative impact, empowering millions of rural communities and shaping a more food-secure world. Yet, despite our collective efforts, hunger and poverty persist at alarming levels. In 2023, nearly 828 million people worldwide suffered from hunger. The United Nations SDG tracker expects that by 2030, over 600 million people will still face hunger. Climate change, conflicts, and geopolitical tensions continue to undermine progress towards SDG 1 and SDG 2, demanding urgent and coordinated action. This year's theme, catalyzing investment at the first mile, resonates deeply within the ISDB's mission. We recognize that the first mile, where small-scale farmers and rural communities operate, is the foundation of sustainable development. Investing in this critical segment transforms lives, enhances food security, and drives economic resilience. A shining example is the Kano State Agro-Pastoral Development Project in Nigeria, financed by the Islamic Development Bank with $90 million. This initiative is already yielding results, boosting agricultural productivity, establishing agro-processing centers, and strengthening local value chains. However, to truly unlock the potential of the first mile, we must first shift the focus from agricultural production alone to developing robust, climate-smart agri-food systems. Second, integrate food security, climate resilience, and fragility into a holistic development approach. Third, leverage technology and digital transformation to enhance productivity and market access. And fourth, expand financial inclusion through innovative financing mechanisms tailored to smallholder farmers. And fifth, foster an enabling environment by strengthening legal and regulatory frameworks that support rural economies. Progress is being made. Multilateral development banks and development partners are stepping up efforts to support smallholder farmers. However, to scale impact, we must prioritize deeper collaboration, mobilizing concessional financing to de-risk rural investments and attract private sector participation. The Islamic Development Bank is committed to driving first-mile transformation through long-term investments. Our key interventions include, first, Food Security Response Program, which is a $10.5 billion financial package designed to help member countries weather the global food crisis. To date, we have approved 90% of the target, committing around $7.9 billion already. Second, climate-smart agriculture by supporting sustainable agricultural practices and enhanced food security and climate resilience, such as our regional cassava value chain program in Africa. Third, agro-industrialization by assisting member countries in transitioning from subsistence farming to agro-industrial hubs, particularly through the special agro-industrial processing zones in partnership with IFAD and the African Development Bank. Fourth, capacity building, which is systematically embedded in our programs and enhanced through the reverse linkage cooperation mechanism. Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the time for action is now. We must redouble our efforts to invest in the first mile and build stronger partnerships for agricultural and rural transformation. Let us unite to leverage our collective resources, expertise, and commitment to forge a future where every farmer, every rural community, and every nation can thrive in a food-secure, resilient, and sustainable world. Together, we can turn this vision into reality. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for your inspiring address. As a valued partner to IFAD with like-minded values and objective, your presence with us today is very much appreciated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is my pleasure and honor to invite Her Excellency Janja Lula de Silva, First Lady of the Federative Republic of Brazil, to address the Council. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to greet the authorities in attendance here and, of course, also greet all of the women here in attendance, all of the women who work to produce food throughout the world and who work towards food security and who fight against hunger. I'd like to immensely thank IFAD and my friend Alvaro for inviting me and the governors here for the support to the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty and for having placed it at the center of the agenda of your meeting today at the Governing Council. We know that extreme poverty continues to be one of the main challenges in the world today, with almost 800 million people throughout the globe still suffering from hunger, and 60% of them are girls and women, and 2.3 million unfortunately live in food insecurity. And how is it possible in a world that produces enough food to nourish everyone, really? It is because of inequality. It's the only reason. When some lives matter more than others, so when the social and economic well-being of some is to the detriment of others. In the context of the polycrises that we're suffering from in the world, these inequalities are deeper and deeper, and they further affect populations and regions that are already vulnerable. With the exacerbation of climate change and armed conflict throughout many regions, access to food and the use of seed, water, and land is becoming more and more complex. Indeed, the journey of food from the field to our table goes through many stages that affect variety and quality, and they affect the availability of food within our countries, within regions, and in countries of the world. Rural populations, indigenous and traditional peoples, people who are refugees in peripheral areas, girls and women are suffering more from the impact of this, and they, of course, have a more difficult time in accessing sufficient nutritious food. The soaring prices of food over the past few years has indeed challenged the investments of governments in many countries. The broadening of access to employment and income should also privilege the access to high-quality food at the right price. But this, alas, is not a reality today. Our food systems perpetuate inequalities, and they are sensitive to climate change. When we're talking about the fight against hunger and poverty, we're talking about more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient food systems that can produce food that is healthy and economically viable. Decades ago, we met to discuss food security and nutrition, understanding how important this is for the world. But we need more than that, and we need more urgent measures. We need coordinated and concrete efforts with a multidisciplinary approach that will consider the diversity and complexity of these issues. With governments and IFIs and knowledge hubs and organizations of civil society, we need to work in partnership to multiply the impact of resources that dwindle every day. The Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty has a potential of contributing to stepping up results by combining actions to fight against hunger, food insecurity, poverty, and the construction of resilience and social protection. We can indeed put together knowledge, policies, and funding in order to implement policies that can truly change reality. This is the time to transform food systems by investing in lasting solutions that will not simply fulfill the right to food, but that will also manage an inclusive involvement of people with the sustainable use of land and natural resources, respecting the diversity of food. In Brazil, under the guidance of President Lula, we have been intensely working in social and production systems that not only strengthen nutrition and food security, but also try to tackle multidimensional poverty and promote the inclusion, both economic and social inclusion of our people. Measures like food stocks and the discouraging of ultra-processed foods and children's canteens, school feeding, and the strengthening of traditional and indigenous people's food guarantee measures that respect diversity, the diversity which is part of Brazil. The experience in Brazil supporting family farmers through credit and technical advice are essential for national food security and for our fight against extreme rural poverty. Programs like Sistemas Solidários, school feeding, the acquisition of food, urban and peri-urban agriculture, and food banks benefited 60 million or benefit 60 million people in Brazil every single day, and the fight against gender inequality. The program Bolsa Familia, which is a flagship program known throughout the world, has benefited 54 million people, 20 million households that drive the economy in small villages in Brazil. Policies and programs like these inspire many initiatives the world over, and we want to continue to expand our cooperation and solidarity with other people. This year, we are going to be celebrating a meeting in Amazonia in Belém, during which time we're going to look at the links between hunger, poverty, and climate, and we're going to explore sustainable food systems and resilient ones for climate adaptation. And yesterday, I actually spoke with the President Alvaro in order for IFAD to be part of COP30 in the Amazon. Of course, the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty is a call for us to try to intensify our efforts to achieve SDGs 1 and 2 by 2030 in order to transform the life of millions of families and communities the world over. And now I'd like to speak to the governors of IFAD and say that President Lula will be organizing in May a meeting of the ministers of Agriculture of Brazil and Africa. In the month of May of this year, this is going to be the first event of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. With the will and political responsibility, we can definitely build measures to provide for economic development and growth, leaving no one behind. There is no time to waste. Together, we can build a fairer and better future that is more sustainable for present and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We are truly honored to have had the privilege of hearing your vision and wisdom today. Muito obrigado. Honourable delegates, it is now my pleasure to invite the President of IFAD, Mr. Alvaro Lario, to address the Council. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Mr. Chairman, Your Majesty, Excellencies, distinguished governors, friends, colleagues. On behalf of everyone at IFAD, let me welcome you to the 48th Governing Council. It is a very special moment for us to bring you all together, and I want to also pay a special welcome to the indigenous peoples' representatives who just concluded their forum. So welcome, everybody. Just listening to many of the speakers who came before me, you can really reflect and notice and acknowledge the diversity of their origins, of their geographies, but a common sense of purpose. You can talk about Asia, the Middle East, Europe, Africa, Americas, but there's a big sense of common purpose. And I want to start with that. Actually, because this diversity, or I would say, being a universal house, having 180 member countries, being Ukraine the latest of one, is what makes us strong. And together, we are stronger. I know there's a lot of noise, a lot of shocks currently. We are in a critical moment in history, but let's not forget that together, we are stronger. And I think what we just listened today in the morning is a reflection of that. At the same time, all the vision, all the different investment plans we heard about, they all need to be underpinned by action. And this is what we are talking today, and this is what IFAD is about. Building thriving rural communities is obviously not going to change, and it's not going to just solve all of the world's problems, but it's clearly a prerequisite. It's a first step to really addressing many of the challenges that we have today. And it starts very much with inequality, and this has to be at the center of it. At the heart of this historical and critical moment is clearly uncertainty, but also instability. Social instability leading to conflict and to forced migration. Price instability and the global cost of living crisis that many of your countries are also living into. Climate instability, and also the extreme weather events that all of us are affected by, whether it's floods, whether it's droughts, whether it's extreme heat. And I strongly believe that actually rural development can be an antidote to many of these challenges. And I hope that during the next 2 days we will continue discussing how this connects to many of the priorities in your countries, but also some of the challenges that we all have. Stabilizing rural communities through investing in their productivity and in the rural economies, as I said, is a major step in advancing to our common goal, because investing in these rural communities creates jobs, increases income, and as some of the speakers have said, it can be an engine of growth of the entire economy and also of the world. At the core of our business model is a recognition that no matter how small these farms are, it's important that we keep and think of them as business owners, and that they are part of a global and part of a local economy, as well as a core part of when we talk about private sector and value chains. They are at the center of many of these investments. And as a business, they need what any other business needs, which is better technology, working capital, and access to markets, being able to sell their goods at a price that they can still live on. And this is why IFAD is uniquely placed at this critical moment in history. Because a world in which farmers are left to be alone is a less stable world, one that is more at risk of deepening hunger, of deepening poverty, and one that is less equipped to address some of the challenges I mentioned with respect to extreme weather events such as floods, droughts, or heat waves. And it is a world where we know that those that are closest to the land, the small-scale farmers, are the ones which are actually going hungry. And we all know that this is unacceptable. From our own research, we also know that there is a link between agricultural productivity and peace. In Ethiopia, we measured a 3% decrease in conflict for every 1% increase in land productivity. And in Mali, we found an 8% reduction in conflict where IFAD was investing. And the reason is very clear. The more we successfully invest in small farmers' ability to produce food, the less competition there is for resources, and the less they will be needing to forcefully migrate. And when shocks do happen, these farmers and the communities will also be better placed to withstand them. Our own impact assessments also show that for communities and farmers that were funded by the projects, they were 14% more likely to recover from these shocks than farmers that did not participate. I will now change to French for those that might need, and then to Spanish for those that might need some translation.
Dear guests, by catalyzing investment in the first mile, IFAD is focusing on those who are otherwise left behind, thus contributing hope led by concrete actions. IFAD is ready to tackle this challenge. We invest in what works. We bring investment to wherever we are most needed. We invest wherever we can generate the greatest impact. The new IFAD strategic framework will remain in place until 2031. It lays out the path for our organization's last effort to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and serves as a pathway towards the post-2030 agenda. In reflecting the way in which investments have evolved to adapt to country needs, the framework seeks to increase economic opportunities for small-scale food producers, improve food security and nutrition for rural communities, strengthen environmental sustainability and the management of natural resources, and also to strengthen resilience. And now switching to Spanish. The strategy is clear, and we will implement it tirelessly in meaningful ways. Firstly, we have recalibrated our operations to place even more importance on implementation and the results of our projects. We want to be more effective with the dollars and the euros that countries contribute, as well as the money we receive from private investors. This involves doubling our efforts in working with the private sector at local level, working also with governments in catalyzing investments and ensuring that we have a constructive ecosystem so that investment can happen. We have set up a new private sector operations division, which is part of the operations department at country level, so that we can be very close to the teams working on the ground and closest to our clients. Our investment strategy will focus on our comparative advantage. We will focus on the financing gaps left by governments or which are left by banks or other institutions where finance is lacking, and we will strengthen collaboration with private sector actors. Secondly, we are renewing our commitment to innovation and adaptation. The digital revolution has left behind a large part of the rural population, which is why we must strive to ensure that this does not become another gap that defines their future. We have to be more agile as well. All of the countries are asking us to do this. We have to have less bureaucracy, less paperwork, and try to operate and ensure that our investments are as simple as possible. Thirdly, we are also ramping up our commitment to partner up with more allies, and we've seen a few of them here today, and cooperation with the other UN Rome-based agencies is essential. We have to focus on having a clear vision and clear complementarity, working with multilateral development banks and public development banks. We also have to work with important global platforms such as the one that the First Lady was telling us about, with over 150 members. This is the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, which we'll continue to discuss. It was led by President Lula launched by Lula last year in the G20, and we also have to work with renewed efforts in South-South and triangular cooperation through our offices in Brasilia and Beijing.
As our mission tagline says, IFAD is in the business of investing in rural people. And we are committing that ensuring that this progress and our investments are sustainable, resilient, and inclusive, because we give a hand up, we don't give a hand out. And let me reiterate the inclusive side. IFAD's approach gives people a stake in designing and owning the solutions that work. Ownership and accountability is part also of hope. This is growth from below, And it is the most impactful way to create opportunities and to change lives. This is the first mile. IFAD was founded at another moment of global turmoil, high tension, hunger, and conflict in the 1970s. Our strength has always been and will remain that we invest in rural people and we can show our impact on the ground. Our investments raise productivity, raise incomes, and put the money in the pockets of the poorest. Our approach builds resilience and also prevents the need for further increased investments in humanitarian interventions. So that's why I believe our mandate is more relevant than ever, and we count on all of you to support us in achieving this mission. Together, as I started my speech, with the right investments, we can unlock food security and lock in carbon. We can scale up new technologies and reclaim traditional practices, and we can help secure global stability by improving conditions locally. Let us work together in leaving no one behind. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Council, allow me to express our sincere appreciation to President Lario for his statement, for his leadership and unwavering commitment to the mandate of the Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of our opening ceremony. Once again, I would like to thank each one of our esteemed guests for taking the time to share their insights with us. Let us bid farewell to the esteemed guests that are taking their leave of us and express our appreciation with a round of applause.
En l'absence de départ, nous avons...
With that, we're now pleased to transition to the centre stage event, Unlocking the Potential of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. The formal meeting of the Council is duly adjourned and will resume with the consideration of business items tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Let me now pass the floor to the Secretary of IFAD, Ms. Tenhav. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. As we make the transition and await for the stage to be set for our center stage event this morning, allow me to provide you some details on what to expect. During the event, we will look forward to engaging in a comprehensive discussion of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty and how it will leverage strategic partnerships to drive evidence-based, country-owned programs that address SDGs 1 and 2. The center stage event will be moderated by Ms. Lerato Mbele, a well-known South African and international broadcaster, journalist, TV personality, and media consultant who is based in and has a passion for Africa and its development. Ms. Mbele currently hosts a daily talk show that you can hear in South Africa or follow as a podcast entitled Power Talk with Lerato Mbele every weekday morning. I hope that you will read the benefits of this engaging discussion ahead. And as our guests settled for the center stage, I really look forward to hand over the floor to Ms. Mbele. Welcome with us at IFAD.
Thank you very much to you, Madam Secretary. As we wait for our distinguished guests to make their exit, let me first take this opportunity to say thank you very much for the invitation to allow me to participate at this Global Council. And I hope that the conversation we're going to have here now really and truly starts to speak to the heart of amplifying and mobilizing support for the work of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. I will just give everybody a minute to settle down, and then we can begin our session. And so I think we are ready to begin. May I request your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen, and then we can begin our plenary discussion. Thank you. So let me begin by saying, Your Excellencies, honorable guests, members of the Governing Council, partners in development, the First Lady of Brazil, Directors General, and friends. As has been mentioned, my name is Lerato Mbele. I'm a global media personality, and I'm going to be hosting this session this morning. The topic of our theme is unlocking the potential of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. And so really it speaks to SDG goals 1 and 2. Just by way of reference, the World Bank, the United Nations, and also World Vision all concur that these figures are correct, that there are more than 700 million people in the world living in abject poverty. And abject poverty, as you know, is collectively defined as a person surviving on $2.15 a day. So that's nearly 10% of the global population is living in abject poverty. When you add to this the compounding variables of conflict, displacement, disease, poor nutrition, and also erratic weather patterns caused by climate change, then the situation becomes more dire and stressful for them. But somehow I want to remind you of the silver lining. In 1990, the share of the global population living in abject poverty was 37%, almost 38%, 1/3 of the world's population. That was in 1990. Today, 35 years later, that percentage is just above 9%, or nearly 1/10 of the population. So I think that shows you that in a generation, the needle has moved, something has happened to change the course of history and the narratives around poverty, hunger, and vulnerability. But as we heard this morning from His Majesty and the presidents of Sierra Leone and the representatives as well from Tanzania and the First Lady of Brazil, the countdown has begun to 2030. The countdown has begun to meeting the targets of eradicating poverty and food insecurity in the world. And so it is really important that we double down our efforts. We really and truly make a concerted attempt as the global community to make sure that poverty and hunger is addressed. And it's within this context that President Lula da Silva of Brazil, as chair of the G20 last year in 2024, launched the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. And at the time, President Lula said a few things. He said the alliance's work should be aligned with SDG goals to eradicate poverty and malnutrition. He also said a lot of effort needs to be focused on the vulnerability that children face in particular, because the majority of food insecure people in the world are those below the age of 5, and it impacts their brain development, physicality, and education. President Lula also spoke to the fact that food waste is really also a problem. He said, in this world, we produce each year 6.6 billion tons of food, and yet there are 733 million people who are hungry and living in poverty. And so today we're talking about breaking those chains and also to foster a partnership and an alliance, to really look to decisive leadership and to see how we can galvanize the multilateral financial system, but also the triangulation of bringing together civil society, the youth, governments, to make a concerted change and effort that we can change, as I said, the course of history. And so with those few words, we are amplifying the important work of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty We are building on these partnerships. We want to scale it up, and we look forward to hearing from you what commitments you could make to giving fresh life and impetus to this important work. Without further ado, please allow me to reintroduce to you the President of IFAD, Alvaro Lario, to share his sentiments on this global alliance.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this center stage event. We are gathering here just 3 months after the launch of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty at the G20 Summit in Rio. And just yesterday, we had the first meeting of the Alliance of the Boards of Champions, which some of you participated, which is starting to look and explore how to implement. As we gather today with 180 countries, many of them are also parts and members of the Alliance, I think this event reflects also the commitment, as we were discussing in the previous session, to food insecurity, to poverty, and to inequality. The Alliance places rural communities and especially social inclusion and social safety nets at the center of these efforts. They start with the example of some of the programs that Brazil did, Bolsa Familia, Fame Zero, and so on. And it has mobilized more than 150 members, including some financiers like ourselves. So I think today it's a great moment to see how we can turn the ambitions and the commitments of the Alliance into effective actions and to implementation on the ground. We believe that the Alliance very much is aligned to all what IFAD stands for. That means locally driven development, the importance of inclusivity, focusing on the communities that are being left behind, the rural poor, the marginalized communities, and also how local partners can very much finance and can also use better practices to withstand the obstacles to agriculture and to rural development with targeted interventions at the locally led level. The policy work is fundamental, and there's a lot of examples. We have Minister Diaz and we have others in this event who will be sharing some of the policies that actually work and that focus in this first mile or in these marginal populations. The Alliance, with its focus and its policies of convenient partners, can be transformative on understanding what works, what doesn't work, and how we can do better, and brings together a very good number of partners and implementers into the room. We will soon hear from Laos, from Nigeria, and Tanzania, where the collaboration over the years has improved livelihoods, enhanced market access, scaled up irrigation or climate-smart agriculture, and it would be good to hear, as I said, what are the practices that have actually worked. We will also hear the voices of indigenous peoples from Norway as one of the many partner countries that have a vision to support this alliance. So the alliance is an opportunity to build on the successes that have worked, on the policies that have worked, the investment that have worked, and on removing the structural patterns and barriers that are preventing this development, and especially that first mile or communities that are being left behind. There's other matters which are also part of the public discussion, such as the reform of the international financial architecture. Many of you also know that in your countries, fiscal space, debt is one of the key matters that prevents, in many cases, the investments in health, in education, in rural development. So this is also part of the discussion. But today it's about turning ideas into action, about building partnerships and scaling up what has already worked. So very much looking forward to the discussion, and thank you to Brazil for putting it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I just want to echo the sentiment that the work that's being done is to ensure nobody is left behind. And I think this really and truly resonates with the vision of President Lula in his capacity as G20 chair last year in launching the alliance. The founding members last year, just a few months ago, were 148 members made up of countries, regional organizations, and philanthropies. And so you see the triangulation in the multilateral support for this initiative. We know that even in real time, more and more countries are pledging their support, bringing forward their commitments, and we're hoping that the governors, when we do open the floor to you, you can also add your voice and your support and your knowledge on technically how to build on the work of the Global Alliance. Without further ado, please may I introduce to you the Minister of Social Development and the Fight Against Hunger in Brazil, His Excellency Jose Wellington Barroso de Araujo Diaz, to address us.
President of IFAD, dear Alvaro Lario, ladies and gentlemen, governors of the Governing Council gathered here together, heads of state and of government, ladies and gentlemen, and I do wish to recognize the First Lady of Brazil, Dona Janja da Lula, who plays a very important role. A Brazilian, José de Castro, many years ago warned us. He said that when one part of the population of the world does not sleep at night because there is no food, the other part of the population will not sleep because of the fear of the population that has no food. And in 2023, President Lula Inácio da Silva took over the presidency of the G20 from India, and it was at that time that he launched the proposal for the establishment of a global alliance against hunger and poverty, in order to step up the achievement of SDGs 1 and 2, which, of course, concern the eradication of hunger and zero hunger. The reason was quite evident. The plan was simply not doing enough, and the trend after years of consistent drop-off in the rates of poverty and hunger, after years, unfortunately, we were going through a time of stagnation and actually a reversal in that trend, meaning that there was a pickup, there was an increase in hunger and poverty. As FAO pointed out, we had more than 6 million people in food insecurity and hunger. In 2022, we got to 150 million, which is very good news. And in 2023, we were able to reduce that a little bit down to 730 million. The approach of the alliance is innovative. Indeed, rather than just another forum for a debate, it is a mechanism which is geared towards concrete action, and that fosters and designs support at a national level for large-scale implementation of a broad range of evidence-based national programs that have proven to be efficient. These are programs that have worked to fight against hunger and poverty. In 2024, with much support, and by the way, I do wish to take this opportunity to thank all the countries that were part of this endeavor, we were able to obtain not just the consensus of the G20 for the proposal of establishing the global alliance, but we also were able to marshal the support of dozens of countries and organizations that are not members of the G20. And today, 3 months down the line since the launch of the alliance, now the alliance has indeed 148 members. They are all part of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. Above and beyond the simple support, we also experienced the measure of Sprints 2030, which was a test, if you will, of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and poverty. There were many statements of commitments that were made in various areas of the policy basket, and that was a very successful endeavor. We received commitments from 41 governments, national governments, and 32 international organizations, aiming to achieve a number of objectives, as, for example, reach out to over 500 million people with cash transfers and reaching out to over 200 million students with the expansion of school feeding programs, and also 150 million children and mothers with early childhood support programs, not to mention over 100 million people who were involved with socioeconomic inclusion programs. Indeed, we seek to collaborate with financial resources, funding, and knowledge in order to support other developing countries. So it was possible, for example, to receive $24 billion from the Inter-American Bank, as many others. Today, or rather yesterday, here at IFAD, we had the establishment of the Board of Champions of the Global Alliance, whose task it is to secure and to guarantee the operation of the Global Alliance. Brazil will be the chair, together with other vice chairs like Kenya, Mexico, Portugal, India, and other members. So we are all going to work together in respect of sovereignty and mutual experiences. Now, what I'm trying to say here is that just in a few months since we last met, the global context has changed rather very radically. Recent announcements in the cut in the cut to budget programs and aid and assistance budgets and to ODA, not just in the US, but also in different countries in Europe, have elicited great dismay in the international community. So the challenges are increasing, and the means to face those challenges seem to be diminishing. We have it very clear in our mind that we absolutely and urgently need to reverse these trends, because we believe that a fair world free from hunger and poverty is in the interest of everyone in the world. But at the same time, the cuts in aid budgets can finally compel us to improve the way in which we cooperate together. With so many cutbacks and so many challenges, we cannot take the luxury to spend a single dollar or a single cent on redundant or fragmented activities that have no impact at all. The Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty is coming at this point in time, and it is offering an alternative to a model of aid which, instead of building national capacities, has done nothing but created and perpetuating dependency of certain countries. So we need to work together, and we need to support the entities that are going to be capable over time of implementing on a large scale the programs and actions that will finally put an end to hunger and poverty based on concrete measures. Now, we're not talking about actually doing the work for these countries. We will always respect the sovereignty of each nation. What we do want to do, however, is to provide these nations with the minimum conditions of funding and the knowledge as well as technical support in order for them to be able to look after their own populations using their own resources. It's a lot cheaper to build capacity, to build permanent and efficient prevention and response national systems than to provide responses to emergencies, one right after the other, thus marginalizing local governments and keeping them in a state of dependency. We can avoid this social and human catastrophe, and we can do that if we are brave enough to act in a different way, to do things differently. We're going to channel our aid, and we are going to move wherever our actions will have a greater impact. And IFAD has had a huge impact together with FAO and CFS and other entities already. And here, please be reassured of Brazil's support. You can count on us together with the Brazilian delegation. We will journey together because we want to be involved in all the efforts that are going to be made so that the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty is indeed successful. Because we have no time. Hunger is pressing. Hunger is pressing, and together we can definitely forge ahead and create a better world. Thank you.
Obrigada to you, Minister Dias. And thank you for just reminding us the three key pillars is that you retain your sovereignty at national policy level. There's a lot of technical support that comes through so that you can find your own local solutions and with the work of advocacy being done. And of course, we do need the multilateral financial partners and other financiers as well. As has been said this morning, rural communities are the backbone of our societies. Not only do they provide the food that we eat and nourishes us, but many rural communities are also the custodians of our cultures. And so for social, financial, and agricultural reasons, it is important to begin in the rural society. Let's see why.
When we united behind the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015, we made bold promises to eradicate extreme poverty and achieve zero hunger by 2030. Today, we are falling back on these promises with over 580 million people projected to remain hungry by 2030. But this doesn't have to be our destiny. We know change is possible because we've seen it happen. Countries around the world have made extraordinary progress, proving that the 2030 goals remain within reach when we combine political will with effective action. Brazil's remarkable success with its Zero Hunger program, capable of reducing severe food insecurity in the country by 85% in 2023 alone, shows us that dramatic reductions in poverty and hunger are achievable.
Eradicating hunger and poverty is not only realistic, but imperative. Reducing poverty and hunger does not just happen. It is the result of political will, coordinated actions, and effective investments.
The challenge we face isn't a lack of solutions. We know what works. Evidence shows that agricultural growth is twice as effective in reducing poverty than growth in any other sectors. Investing in smallholder agriculture has proven to be a powerful engine for inclusive growth, particularly important since most of the extreme poor live in rural areas. The Brazilian presidency of the G20 has proposed a way forward through the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty.
Temos no mundo todos os recursos de que precisamos. Só precisamos construir a disposição política, mobilizar esses recursos e canalizá-los para os que mais precisam. Essa é exatamente a proposta da Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza.
The alliance has the potential to accelerate the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Building on the experience of the successful programs around the world, the Global Alliance matches those who are looking to implement tested policies to end hunger and poverty with those who have managed to do so, and also with the financing and technical assistance needed to achieve transformative change. It is an initiative which resonates with IFAD's commitment to eradicate rural poverty and hunger and mobilize political leadership and resources behind impactful programs and policies.
Actually, our programs are 100% aligned with the principles set up by the task force. I think it's important that we come together and we coordinate. We don't want just the Global Alliance to be another mechanism. We need to make sure that actually it's operationalized.
Success will mean more than just meeting numerical targets. It will mean transforming millions of lives, unlocking human potential, and renewing faith in our ability to solve global challenges through collective action.
Just a brief history there and context, and again, we really do extend our heartfelt gratitude to President Lula for leading on this issue in this way. As you heard in the video, we're going to hear some best practice initiatives and just what is happening on the ground. So our panel discussion will give us a perspective from individual nations in Africa and Asia and Europe as to how we can escalate, amplify, and also elevate the work of the Global Alliance. Afterwards, we are going to defer to the governors in the room to just share with us your insights, experiences, and any advice that you'd like to offer us. I'm going to ask just one thing of you, Excellencies, is in the interest of time, could we keep our interventions as brief and succinct as possible? That way we can hear from as many regions and countries as is possible. If you accept that, then we can begin with our panel discussions. The same rules apply to you too, please, to our discussants, and we can move on. So let me start off by saying thank you for your time, Minister of Agriculture for the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Hussein Bashe. So beautiful country, Tanzania. Lots of vast agricultural enterprises in the country. Many of the country's people are living on these farms. But, you know, there are challenges, multidimensional poverty, as you've explained earlier on. So for you, coming from a country that's agrarian in the way in which Tanzania is, what are the bottlenecks for agricultural transformation to really change lives meaningfully? And how can a neutral global partner such as this help you elevate Tanzania to where you want to take it?
Thank you for the host and thank for the IFAD for this conference. Let me start by saying that Global Alliance Against Hunger has come at the right time. And if we talk about bottleneck, the key bottleneck which was facing not only Tanzania but all third world countries and growing economies like Africa and part of the Latin America and Asia, was the total misconception of the definition of the smallholder farmer, which resulted into bottleneck like lack of research and development, seed, irrigation, and the likes. When we defined smallholder farmers like just people on the rural area, just way of life, getting food for their families, we failed to understand that that's a business. And I'm happy today. When I was in Senegal discussing about food security and food sovereignty. We had a big conference in Tanzania a few years back under AGRA, whereby we talk about food system. And again, today we are here. When I heard the president of IFAD talking about smallholder farmers are small enterprise. So what are the key bottleneck to the small business? Unknown, lack of capital, lack of technology, trade. If we unlock this, we will not be here discussing about 700 million people who are living under poverty and hunger. If a small farmer in my rural village require a capital, what should be the procedure? Yeah. The global financial infrastructure need to redefine and understand that agricultural sector, smallholder farmers are enterprise which needs capital with a less cost, which need trade facilitation between themselves and other part of the world without barriers, the NTBs. If we remove all this, we will unlock the issue of research and development, we will unlock the issue of input, we will unlock the issue of capital on the farmers. Example, I just want to give a simple example. For the last 40 years, when I was in primary school, up to now, we have been preached by the developed world that mechanization is an important instrument for the development of the smallholder farmers. A farmer with 2 acres, you want them to buy a tractor of $40,000? It's crazy. It's not possible. We need to restructure all the narration of investment on the smallholder farmers. And this will make this world to be a safe place. Everyone is talking about nutrition. If every strategy we develop for smallholder farmers does not have relation with their pockets and their stomach, forget about nutrition issues. Because if I spend my time on the farm, I don't get money, I don't get revenue, I'll go on the street. I'll run into a boat to come to Europe, and you'll start investing money for the security on the borders. Let's redefine the importance of smallholder. So this is the biggest bottleneck which is facing the world, not only Tanzania. In our country, what we have decided, thanks for the political will of our president, she has decided to put money to the Tanzania Agricultural Development Bank, whereby smallholder farmers without collateral, because most of the financial institutions are financing collaterals instead of business. We give them loan at single digit. We are establishing 200 mechanization centers with 10,000 tractors to be distributed to the rural area, whereby smallholder farmers are renting at a subsidized rate. We provide subsidies, which when you talk, which you talk with the World Bank and the IMF, they will always tell you that don't subsidize smallholder farmers. That's a wrong thinking. This is not a free subsidy. This is an investment, and it's a long-term investment to smallholder farmers so that they can graduate to become a medium, small commercial farmers, and then they will buy themselves input, they will buy themselves mechanization equipment, and this will unlock all our problems. So the key bottleneck facing my country and anywhere in the world, it was wrong definition and understanding of who is a smallholder farmer. These are enterprise, need to be respected as a small, medium enterprise, need cheap capital, need technology, need access to the market and trade facilitation.
I want to thank you for your interventions, Hussein, Bashe, Minister of Agriculture in the United Republic of Tanzania, and it's a mindset issue that you are talking about, different model for financing and recognizing that smallholders are an integral part of the value chain as well. Let's turn our attention to one of Africa's giants, Nigeria. So resourceful and resource-rich in many, many ways. And over the last decade, the big push in Nigeria has been your food self-sufficiency in the country. And I was just looking at some of the stats, Senator, and it says so much work has been done in Nigeria to provide your own sort of staples that Nigeria is one of the top 3 producers of sorghum in the world. You would never have said that 20 years ago. So something is really happening in Nigeria. I hope you can share that with us. We are now going to hear from Honorable Senator Abubakar Kyari, Minister of Agriculture and Food Security for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And this is what I'd like to know. For Nigeria, it's not just food self-sufficiency, it's a focus on the youth and partnerships with the international community, with organizations like IFAD. So when you focus on these 2 nodes, the multilateral and the youth, what's your vision for transformative impact being unlocked?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President and distinguished governors. First, I would like to express our pleasure and express our gratitude to IFAD for the long-lasting cooperation that we have had between Nigeria and IFAD. And also, last year, 2024, was a defining moment for us between our relationship between IFAD and Nigeria, where so many programs were either extended or, increase in funding, and new programs are also being developed. Let me first and foremost maybe give an insight of how our structure is in Nigeria. 90 to 95% of our agriculture is by smallholder farmers. Wow. Now, I want to lean on my brother's definition of a smallholder farmer. The very moment you keep putting anybody down, he remains down.
Yeah.
And I think the best way is to uplift. And I like what Mr. President said. He said it's not a handout, but it's hand up. So that is the vision and focus of my president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, since he assumed office just a little less than 2 years, and so much improvement in terms of all the challenges that we've had, from COVID to climate change issues and other, macroeconomic, policies of the country that has really impacted on food production. We've been challenged, actually, by food production to the extent that my ministry was renamed from Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development to Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. And Mr. President declared an emergency on food security. However, a country of almost 230 million people now think that 25 years ago, at the turn of the century, we were 120 million, and today we're almost double. And we're expected, according to World Bank, by 2050, we'll be almost 400 million. That is scary. 25 years ago seemed like yesterday.
Yeah.
25 years from now is tomorrow.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have started yesterday, we should have started day before yesterday. But we appreciate that this is what we're all doing now, IFAD and President Lula da Silva on the Global Alliance on Hunger and Poverty. It came at the right time because we are facing not only Nigeria, because the whole of Africa. We have incredibly high birth rates, and this is the kind of challenge that we see. The minister from Brazil said, if half of the world is hungry, and then the other will be, will be disturbed. And we have a saying that says, and a hungry man is an angry man. I would like to look at it from the point of view that this gathering is not here to address a future angry situation, but a humane and situation that would uplift humanity for the betterment of all. So I look at, the kind of interventions that we've had from the coming of this government. Like you rightly pointed, some of the staple crops, we've had a revolution in rice production, for instance. We used to be heavily import dependent on rice, but today we basically have less than 5% of that gap, in terms of imports. We produce maybe about between 10 to 12 million tons of rice annually. We're the second largest, I think it's the second, after the United States, of sorghum. And I remember when we were growing up, sorghum was like a dreaded food for almost every child growing up.
Yeah.
But I'm happy today sorghum it's called a superfood somewhat, So we've been really putting a lot of efforts in trying to ramp up, especially with the kind of challenges, inaccessibility to land, climate change, flooding, drought. We also have the Sahara Desert creeping in at a very fast rate from the north. We also have the southern coastal erosions, eating up and making the country become smaller and smaller, and of course population growth also hampers, because of habitation and taking over of land. Also have the issue of the farmer-herders clashes with the livestock rearers because of the shortage of agricultural land and grazing grounds. So basically, the vision of the government is give access to, I would like to say, the small, micro, and economic, producers of food. For a large country like Nigeria, you wonder how sustainability is achieved and all the amount of money that was invested in agriculture. But yet you go to those rural communities, I come from a rural community, they haven't changed for the past 50 years. Yeah. They're still the poorest of the poor. Yeah. And that's where the food comes from. And you start to wonder, so all this amount of money that is spent, whether it's in local markets, whether it's the big, urban markets or in the supermarkets, where does it go to? Right. So it goes somewhere. So what we need to do is look differently and try to direct that share of the local farmer getting a huge share so that he can invest in his agriculture. And like it's been said, he mentioned, let's not do agriculture for the stomach alone. Yeah. Let's think about the pocket. Okay. And for us, traditional items, pockets are big. We have these big gowns that are really deep pockets. So it's for you to fill that.
Okay.
Those
all right.
pockets.
I want to thank you for your interventions there, Senator Chiari, Minister of Agriculture. And yes, it's quite illuminating that the ministry's been renamed Agriculture and Food Security to just show the level of commitment to addressing this one issue, and as you say, empower the smallholder. We move on for a perspective from Asia now, as I introduce to you the Deputy Minister of Agriculture and Forestry in the Lao People's Democratic Republic. We have the Honorable Chantakone Bualapan. Thank you so much for being here. How can the Global Alliance, through matchmaking and knowledge sharing, how can they support Lao?
Okay. Thank you very much. And first, I would like to thank to give the opportunity, good opportunity, and invite me to be here. So for IFAD, it's very important and give a lot for us, especially provide funding and also techniques and keep to and make the people in Duran area is very good. Livelihood right now. As you know, Lao is more than 70% is in the rural area and based on agriculture and have many problems as previous mentioned as climate change and also the in rural area is also the variety is very not good, especially the transportation and cannot access, and also no net also access. So here I would like to say about for Lao to unlock potential of the Global Alliance in cooperation with IFAD and other development partner. I would like to share with the 4 key issues. The first one is like collaboration, and second is the innovation solution, and the third empowerment, and the fourth policy advocacy. For collaboration is the heart of the global alliance. Our partners is government, NGO, private sector, and community work together to share, especially to share resources, knowledge, and also best practice, like Lao now with the IFAD project with our partner and focusing in the Durant area, and now is better and make the people in Durant and like the life is very better now. And for the innovative solution, we must leverage technology and innovation because agriculture advancement such as those practice and that digital platform can help us those need more efficiency. So Lao aim to modernize agriculture, enhancing productivity is more important because the yield of crops still low if compared to another country. So more important, so the science and technology, we will have more options to deal with the negative impact of climate change. For instance, now government now develop and deploy climate change rice variety because Lao people eat rice more than 90%. especially it's not look like in another country eat non-glutinous diet, but Lao people eat glutinous diet. So we need to improve our variety by our themselves, even though we have the cooperation with the International Research Institute, but some variety is not adapt to us. So we need to improve our themselves. And also, when we have the variety adaptation to climate change, but the farmer also sometimes not can access to our new variety. So we need to set up like rice storage or rice surplus, seeds surplus, something that for the farmer can access, especially in the Duran, farmer in Duran area, should be can access to the variety, let the variety like resistant to flood, to drought, or heat the problem. So this one is more important for us. So the third for power empowerment, the empowering local community is more important. No, as you know, in the people in Duran area, lack of knowledge, and we have to train, and we have to give the information to them to increase them for the knowledge about agriculture and also for the variety adaptation, something that. Yeah. But for the policy advocacy, so the area support national policy, there's priority for food security and poverty alleviation at the local and national and community level. So if I work very closely with us and develop policy and support rural livelihood and sustainable agriculture. So Lao is very interesting for joy in the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. So for all the reasons mentioned above, I hope we can progress on this in the near future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you, Minister Welapanan, and also for reminding us that the vulnerabilities that are presented by climate change have a profound impact on the farmer, the logistics of getting the goods to market, and just, you know, that whole ecosystem. Thank you very much for that intervention. We're going to turn our attention now to Ms. Higa Harland, Director General for the Department of Sustainable Development in the Norway Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We know that Norway's been a big partner in the world, working through multilateral organizations, and also has expressed your desire to support the mechanism for the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. So I guess the question is, what are the opportunities? What opportunities do you see for scaling up development as a whole and development impact through the Global Alliance for Hunger and Poverty?
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting Norway to this important event. And I'm very honored to be part of this distinguished group here today, and it's very inspiring to listen to my co-panelists. First of all, I would like to emphasize the importance of our partnership with IFAD. Elimination of food insecurity is the main development policy objective for Norway. And our government has a strategy on food security called Combining Forces Against Hunger. And both IFAD's core mandate as well as the priorities of IFAD 13 are fully in line with this strategy. So in effect, we are contributing quite a lot to IFAD 13. We have almost tripled our core support from IFAD 11 to IFAD 13, and it's now at around $90 million. In addition, we contribute with a lot of earmarked funds. Turning to the G20 and the Global Alliance, we are very grateful that Brazil invited Norway to be a G20 guest country last year. And equally grateful that South Africa invited us to continue as a guest country under their presidency. We commend Brazil for having made the fight against hunger and poverty a top priority during your G20 presidency. And we also applaud South Africa for continuing the strong focus on food security. And the world really needs G20 and the leadership it provides to fight poverty and boost the transformation for sustainable food systems. So this is important. If we are to reduce inequalities, support economic growth, and create new jobs, and reduce poverty in developing countries, investing in agriculture is one of the best means that we have. And so Norway, we joined the G20-initiated Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty last year. And we particularly welcome the fact that the alliance is a joint initiative of development and finance ministers, because there are clear synergies between the G20's policy track and the finance track. And you mentioned the concern we have to ensure aid effectiveness and avoiding duplication from the Norwegian side. And there are some very important features of the Global Alliance that we believe contribute to this, and that could lead to the scaling up of development impact, and I'll mention a few. So first, the alliance is demand-driven, and developing countries will develop their own policies, strategies and plans to reduce poverty and promote food security. This is very important. And then second, donors will contribute with knowledge and financial resources on the basis of developing countries' own needs. And here I would like to underline also that it is essential that national resource mobilization work alongside donor contributions. And third, the alliance will not establish own financial channels, but work for implementation through established international organizations, multilateral financial institutions, and donors. Right. And I could say a lot about the important role that IFAD has in the Global Alliance, but in the interest of time, because I would like to hear also from other governors, just to say that Norway has given financial support to the Global Alliance, the support mechanism. We've given approximately $1 million. And we stand, of course, ready to continue working with both the Global Alliance and IFAD to fight hunger and poverty. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those interventions from Norway. And again, just reiterating what Minister Diaz said, there needs to be sort of a sovereignty in terms of how policies are done by their respective countries, and then the technical know-how comes from global expertise. Thank you very much for that input. Okay, just before I introduce our next speaker, just by way of an intervention from the indigenous people's organizations, I want to say we're going to defer to the governors in the room for you to have your say. Again, may I just request that the interventions are short and succinct, and please remember to book your slot by pressing the button just below the microphone. That way you can book your opportunity to speak, and then we'll be notified when you're ready to make your submission. I'd like to invite Dario Meija Montalvo, who's a member of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, just to bring us that perspective. Please come to the podium, sir, and have your say briefly.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Heads of state and government, ministers, UN bodies, banks, distinguished delegations of the IFAD Governing Council, Thank you very much for providing me with this opportunity. From what we have been listening to and from what we know, this alliance has a huge amount of justifications for its existence, and that's why we very much welcome it and we wish it the best of successes. I listened an elder from the Kofan region in my country, and this person said, the land doesn't belong to us, it has been loaned to us by our grandchildren. Excellencies, this phrase could summarize us as indigenous peoples. Indigenous peoples, we have existed since the modern state was created. Therefore, we are not part of civil society. Civil society is a modern construction. We are not NGOs. We are not minorities. We are not interested stakeholders or local communities or any other category. We are indigenous peoples. According to international law, we have had the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples adopted, which includes special recognition for the right to free, prior and informed consent and self-determination. We are 647 million people in countries that have recognized us on a legal level. We are the equivalent of 6.2% of the global population. Roughly 50% of indigenous peoples live in countries which have not officially recognized them as indigenous peoples. However, we do have incredible challenges such as eviction from our land, armed conflict, discrimination, criminalization, colonization, inequalities, social inequities, and the stealing of our resources. Climate change increases the threats to our livelihoods, our individualities, our cultures, our autonomies. Some measures agreed by governments to respond to climate change are also even increasing the risks that we face. In many places around the world, children, indigenous children, for a very long time have been convinced of the idea that their food is not nutritional, it's not the right thing for them to eat, it's something that should be it should not be appreciated. Despite this, we are trying to strengthen our food systems, and we're also adapting to environmental and economic challenges. Our people are profoundly attached to our land, territories and waters. We depend on circular practices which are adapted to specific systems, adapted to and at the same time we preserve our biodiversity. We protect roughly 80% of the remaining biodiversity on the planet. One of the indicators which should be considered by the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty is the implementation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. With security, this helps to strengthen the achievement of the SDGs and the 2030 Agenda in a culturally appropriate manner. In many places around the world, this involves recovering our pride in our own food, recovering our recipes, our ancestral ways of producing and collecting, gathering food. This production allows us to transition towards a paradigm which favors the self-determination of indigenous peoples so that they can decide according to their own traditions the way in which they wish to overcome poverty, including the protection of their own food systems. We must have an approach which includes supporting actions for advocacy for indigenous peoples in the Global Alliance's policies. We must facilitate leadership of indigenous organizations when it comes to the implementation of policies at national level. We must include a holistic approach which includes the protection of territorial rights and responses to climate change, as well as the stewardship of resources and avoiding desertification. We must also recognize the fact that peace is essential for the lives of indigenous peoples. Therefore, we must put an end to criminalization and guarantee the protection of their own authorities and their leaders. We hope that the Global Alliance includes us in a dynamic and effective manner. We very much welcome the fact that several governments are coming together, such as is the case with Colombia, to plan the second conference on agrarian reform and rural development for 2026. We hope that this will be a landmark in favour of our territorial rights. We put at the disposal the capacities that the indigenous peoples have developed over decades. We are at the disposal of mechanisms of the United Nations so that the indigenous peoples can offer help. We also thank IFAD for its Indigenous Peoples Forum, and we would like to offer our gratitude, saying that we, as indigenous peoples, can offer valuable solutions. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much for that perspective, just giving us the human face to farming and agrarian communities, and again, the whole ecosystem of support, people, planet, shared prosperity, and the leadership that's in the room. Dario Meija Montalvo, member of the UN Permanent Forum on the Indigenous Issues. At this juncture, I'd like to yield the floor to you, our governors. I have to say, there's quite a few green microphones that I'm seeing right now. We're going to try to give everyone an opportunity to speak. Please may I ask that in the interest of time, we keep our interventions succinct and to the point. We'll begin with the first batch made up of Spain, Egypt, and Switzerland. So could the representative from Tunisia, excuse me, could the representative from Egypt please take the floor?
Thank you. Buenas tardes a todos y a todas.
Hello to everyone, and thank you to IFAD for organizing this session and the speakers for the really interesting exchange. For Spain, the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty is more than a crucial initiative, it's also an urgent priority. And that's why from day one, we committed to supporting it and taking part indeed. And last December, we made our first voluntary contribution to the support fund to the Alliance. And that shows Spain's commitment by setting up the mechanism which is going to drive it. Yesterday, there was the first meeting of the champions of the Alliance, and the core group and the board was set up. And I am delighted to co-chair that with my dear Brazilian colleague, Minister Wellington Dias. The innovative nature of the Alliance, which brings together strength through an integrated approach. It mobilizes financial and technical resources and ensures participation of all relevant stakeholders from governments to civil society, reflects the best way of addressing the challenge of hunger and poverty. From the board, Spain has committed to supporting the working lines and the short and medium term targets. As Minister Dias has said, the alliance is already up and running. And besides our efforts in co-chairing, Spain is also going to be focusing on achieving a special alliance based on human rights, paying particular attention to gender equality. Spain offers support to achieve 4 objectives that I'm going to run through now. First and foremost, we want to strengthen the governance of the alliance. That's crucial. We need a flexible, high-impact form of governance because its success hinges on ensuring that it is effective and it can mobilize the necessary resources. Secondly, we're going to support the implementation of innovative public policies. Spain is going to help finance the implementation of pilot programs tailored to the local context, focusing on social protection, food security, socioeconomic inclusion, and climate resilience. Thirdly, we also want to encourage the mobilization of financial resources on a large scale. Spain has promoted actively the use of innovatory financial instruments such as rechanneling special drawing rights, debt issues, and resilience clauses to best drum up substantial resources for those countries that most need it. So we've been supporting the creation of these mechanisms. And finally, we want also to encourage the involvement of civil society and local stakeholders as well as indigenous peoples. Spain has been a strong defender of the inclusion of subnational players and civil society in the implementation of the SDGs. And we hope that our support for the Alliance will help to bring them into the Alliance itself, ensuring that their voices are heard and that they can play an active role. This is the only way in which we can see better local uptake. As such, and I'm moving towards my conclusion, we want all countries to work together to ensure the well-being of people, protection of the planet, and shared prosperity. Hunger is more than just a moral tragedy. It's also an unacceptable collective failure. In a world in which we have the resources and the technology to eradicate it, we cannot allow ourselves to fail. Last November, Pedro Sanchez said that we were committed and will continue to ensure that this alliance has a genuine impact, giving it all of our political and financial support, because there is nothing more important, more urgent than fighting to eradicate hunger and drastically reduce poverty and inequalities. So you can count on Spain as an enthusiastic partner in this alliance, through which we reaffirm our commitment to the 2030 agenda and multilateralism towards the future without hunger. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you, the Honourable Eva Granada, the co-chair of the Alliance's Board of Champions for the Global Alliance. Thank you for that intervention from Spain. I'd like to yield the floor to Egypt, the Governor from Egypt.
الدولي للتنمية الزراعية IFAD.
We would like to thank IFAD for holding this meeting, and we appreciate all your efforts in order to support the agricultural development and to improve the livelihoods of small-scale farmers in the member states. We also would like to thank the Brazilian presidency in establishing this alliance, and we also like to thank Brazil in chairing the G20 last year. The Brazilian leadership of G20 has announced its full support to the Global Alliance and to find the suitable solution in order to eradicate hunger, poverty, and to enforce the development as a whole. And the Republic of Egypt has joined this alliance since the moment of its establishment. We also signed the document of our commitments, and we also have undertaken a lot of measures. For example, we have launched the initiative, the Dignitious Life, in order to provide food security, to enhance the food safety. We launched programs to sustain the childhood and maternity, and also we have provided support to small-scale farmers, youth, and women. Also, we have launched a lot of strategies and policies in order to achieve food security and to increase our resilience against shocks and global problems. We are working to increase the agricultural productivity and to enlarge the area of our agricultural lands and to increase the productivity for land units. And here I would like to point out the importance of unifying the efforts of all organizations, the international organizations that are working on agricultural development, and in order to consolidate our efforts and to improve the livelihoods in rural areas. Also, it is very important to support the small-scale farmers to introduce new technologies, the digital farming. This will allow to build sustainable agri-food systems and ensure the right to food for our future generations, especially in our countries that have limited resources. In this way, we can achieve the second development goal, the SDG 2 and the SDG 1, so elimination of hunger and poverty. We fully support these alliance, and we hope that it would contribute to achieving development in our countries. And we thank you again for your kind invitation to participate in this evening. We hope that our joint efforts will eradicate hunger and poverty, especially in vulnerable areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the governor from Egypt. We stay in that North African region. And may I defer to the governor representing Tunisia?
Bonjour tout le monde.
Hello to everyone. I'd just like to introduce myself. I'm the Tunisian Minister of Agriculture and Water Resources and Maritime Fishing. President, governors, it's a huge honor for me to speak before this distinguished assembly, which has come together during the 48th session of the IFAD Governing Council. I would like to start by thanking IFAD for its ongoing support for my country, Tunisia. Tunisia is deeply attached to the principles of combating hunger and poverty and has always seen IFAD as being a privileged partner. Our cooperation over several decades had allowed us to make significant headway in the agricultural sector, particularly in our rural areas. The theme of this Governors' Council, which is unlocking investment in the first kilometre, fits in with our own ambitions, because our country has always seen agriculture at the very heart of its development policies, aware of the fact that it's in the rural areas that our future hinges. Tunisia touches particular importance to the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty and firmly supports it. We believe that in this context, the following issues should be a priority. Firstly, youth, which drives our development. Indeed, it's crucial that we invest in young generations, providing them with prospects for the future in our rural areas. Secondly, adapting to climate change. Tunisia, as many other countries around the world, is particularly vulnerable in the face of the effects of climate change. We need to build up the resilience of our agricultural systems by developing agricultural practices which are sustainable, by promoting agroecology and also by investing in water infrastructure. Thirdly, financial inclusion. We have to facilitate access for small-scale farmers to credit and other financial services. Fourthly, cooperation, South-South cooperation. Tunisia is ready to share its experience and to build up its cooperation with other countries in the South. To achieve these ambitions, we would like to make the following proposals. First and foremost, we should strengthen financing for family farming. It's absolutely crucial that we attach particular importance to small-holder farmers who are the very heart of our food systems. Secondly, we should develop innovatory financing mechanisms. Innovations such as impact funds and green approaches can provide new solutions to support projects which have a major impact both socially and on the environment. And finally, we have to strengthen institutional capacity. It's important that we invest in capacity building for local stakeholders. I am convinced that if we all work together, as we always have, we will be able to face up to these challenges and move towards a more sustainable, more prosperous Future for All. Thanks to IFAD's support, we have been able to roll out numerous projects which have transformed the lives of our rural populations. These projects have involved crucial dimensions such as empowerment of rural women, promotion of entrepreneurship in young people, and also the protection of natural resources. These achievements are the result of a sound partnership and mutual trust. We count on IFAD to continue in this same direction and to further build up our cooperation. To conclude, I must state that we also firmly believe in this partnership, and long live our partnership with IFAD. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. I'd now like to yield the floor to the Governor representing Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, allow me to thank Brazil in its G20 presidency by putting forward poverty and hunger eradication as the main issue. As the fourth largest population in the world and member of G20, discussion on these critical issues under the alliance become very important to us, Indonesia, and is a matter of vital national interest. Indonesia's new President Prabowo Subianto have established 8 primary development vision, or Astacita, aimed at accelerating national progress, with 2 of the main pillars are to strengthening Indonesia's food security through green and creative economy and advancing the development of rural and marginalized regions in Indonesia. Under the Alliance, Indonesia has committed to implement, improve, or scale up the implementation of the following programs. First is by addressing inequalities. Indonesia has introduced initiatives such as Program Keluarga Harapan and Pahlawan Ekonomi Nusantara as one of the programs to achieve the goal. These 2 programs are designed to help households come out of poverty by fostering self-sufficiency and economic independence. Second is through nutrition intervention. Just over a month ago, Indonesia launched a groundbreaking initiative to combat malnutrition and promote healthy eating in underserved communities through the Free Nutritious Meals Program, or Makan Bergizi Gratis. The program aimed to provide free nutritious meals to 78.3 million school children. Some might say that this initiative is too ambitious, but the President is ready to invest in long-term human development, empower youth, as well as stimulate the local economy, which in return will contribute to the achievement of 2030 agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, key features of all this program is education. It is only to provide assistance, but also get community involved through partnerships which create vibrant economy. Lastly, through this program, Indonesia is committed to increasing the power of entrepreneurship for rural development through partnership with the private sector. We all acknowledge that the private sector plays a pivotal role in driving economic growth and innovation by unlocking additional resources and expertise. Inclusivity is at the heart of Indonesia's development agenda, as we firmly believe that sustainable progress can only be achieved by leaving no one behind. We hope that in the future, IFAD and Indonesia can continue to work together to foster collaboration in order to reaching programs with greater effectiveness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to invite the Governor from Ethiopia.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me today as the Ethiopian delegate at the 47th session of the IFAD Governing Council to be here. I am here to address the crucial theme of innovation for food secure, future and share Ethiopia's perspective on the challenges and opportunities ahead. Ethiopia's rural community serves as the backbone of the country's economy, playing a crucial role in food production, employment generation, and sustainable development. Smallholder farmers, who comprise most of the rural population, are responsible for producing food that nourish local communities and urban centers. However, these communities face persistent challenges, including climate change, limited access to markets and finance, and constrained economic opportunities, especially for youth and women. The International Fund for the Agricultural Development recognizes that what is often termed that last mile is in fact the first mile, the foundational starting point for equitable, inclusive, and informative investment. IFAD's focused on catalyzing investment as the first mile aligns with Ethiopia's national development priorities, including enhancing agricultural productivity, strengthening climate resilience, and ensuring sustainable rural livelihoods. For Ethiopia, this Governing Council presents a unique opportunity to champion rural-centered investment approach that can unlock the full potential of smallholder farmers and rural enterprises. We can foster inclusive and sustainable development by shifting the paradigm from seeing rural areas as the final point of intervention to the first and the most crucial step in the agricultural value chain. Smallholder farmers are not just beneficiaries of aid or development programs, but key economic actors who can drive national growth when provided with the right support system. In Ethiopia, where agriculture accounts for over 35% of GDP and employs near 70% of the population, strategic investments as the first mile can generate substantial economic gains. Ethiopia can transform subsistence farming into a profitable resilience sector that contributes to poverty reduction and national food security by ensuring access finance, technology, and markets. One of the most pressing challenges for smallholder farmers is access to credit and financial services. Many farmers struggle to invest in provide seed, irrigation system, and modern farming equipment due to a lack of financial resources. IFAD's initiative in Ethiopia, including targeted credit programs, can play a crucial role in bridging this gap. Strengthening rural financial institutions and cooperatives can enable farmers to make productivity-enhancing investments that yield higher incomes and food security. Additionally, integrated smallholder farmers into large value chains through contract farming, cooperative models, and agro-processing investments can increase their bargaining power and ensure fair market prices. Expanding rural infrastructure such as roads, storage facilities, and digital platforms for market access will be essential in bridging the gap between small-scale producers and a more extensive domestic and international mechanism. Ethiopia is highly vulnerable to climate change, with increasing drought, erratic rainfall patterns, and land degradation threatening agricultural productivity. Investments as the first mile must prioritize climate-smart agriculture to ensure long-term sustainability. IFAD has already been instrumental in supporting climate adaptation strategies, but further scaling up is needed to safeguard the rural livelihoods against environmental shocks. Solar-powered irrigation, improved watershed management, and the promotion of drought-resistant crop varieties are essential to enhance agricultural resilience. Ethiopia can ensure that its agricultural sector remains viable and productive despite changing climate conditions by integrating climate adaptation strategy into rural investment plans. Furthermore, empowering local communities with knowledgeable and skills in sustainable land management practice will be critical in protecting natural resources and ensuring food security for future generations. A significant production of Ethiopia's population comprises young people, many of whom struggle to find meaningful employment in rural areas. Limited access to land, finance, and skill development opportunities has led to high rates of youth migration from rural to urban areas and international migration in search of better economic prospects. Addressing this challenge requires international investment, intentional investment in youth-focused agricultural enterprises, vocational training programs, and digital solutions that connect young entrepreneurs with market opportunity. Women, who comprises nearly half of Ethiopia's agricultural labor force, face systematic barriers to accessing productive resource. Gender-sensitive policy and investment strategy ensure that women farmers receive equal access to land, credit, and agricultural inputs. IFAD commitment to inclusive development provides an essential framework for advancing gender equity and empowering rural women as key contributors to economic growth. The successful implementation of first-mile investments in Ethiopia requires a multi-stakeholder approach that includes government institutions, private sector actors, development partners, and the local communities. Public-private partnerships can drive innovation and efficiency in rural investment by leveraging private sector expertise and capital to implement public sector initiatives. Encouraging private sector investments in agribusiness, rural financial services, and infrastructure development will create jobs and enhance agricultural productivity and market linkages. Furthermore, fostering collaboration between research institutions and the farmers will ensure that scientific advancement in agriculture translate into practical solutions that improve rural livelihoods. In conclusion, investing in Ethiopia's first mile is investing in the future of food security, economic stability, and resilience. Therefore, it is crucial that IFAD increases its financial and technical support for rural development initiatives that align with Ethiopia's national priorities. By prioritizing smallholder farmers' climate resilience, youth employment, and gender inclusion, Ethiopia can unlock the transformative potential of its rural communities. IFAD commitment to catalyzing investment as the first mile provides a powerful platform for Ethiopia to mobilize resources, build partnerships, and drive sustainable agricultural growth. Together, we can turn challenges into opportunities and ensure that rural areas are not left behind, but are instead recognized as the foundation for national and global food security. Investing in the first mile is not just an economic imperative, but a pathway to a more resilient, inclusive, and food security in Ethiopia. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Representative of Ethiopia. I believe they say Namasikanalo in Ethiopia. To the Honourable Governor representing Switzerland.
Excellence.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
We see that there's been a backslide in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, and it's urgent that we act. Switzerland supports the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. We announced this at the last Economic Forum at Davos, and we actually organised a debate on this in the House of Switzerland at that time. The alliance was created to react to critical issues seeking to eradicate hunger and poverty. And these critical issues include the following. Firstly, support is very fragmented at the moment for governments. The current funding is under $1 million. The projects are too scattered and beyond governmental systems, with very distant reporting systems, in addition to cost for everybody. The targets are not reached. SDGs 1 and 2 are very clear. We need to strengthen social coverage and resilience of vulnerable populations. Funding is still far too low for these. The Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty has called for better coordination in large-scale policies, which must be implemented nationally. We also need to be more efficient in the lever effects and implementing existing good practices. Pilot projects are important, but what's even more important is that when we see that they work, we upscale them and institutionalize them. A good example of this is the FPP private-public partnerships, which we worked on in Vietnam. This is a system to ensure harvesting for smallholder farmers of rice who are affected by climate change. Using satellite technology, coaching from local companies with insurance coverage, and this project has gone from just a few provinces in Vietnam to national scale and even other countries. And we're currently looking at whether this could be done with Africa risk capacity, particularly in Western Africa, and how we can replicate that approach in that region. This example shows that the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty must foster such approaches in the future. Decision-making based on the right data, thanks to innovative pilot projects and follow-up with national programs. Switzerland wishes to use its experience and knowledge and networks in the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. I welcome fruitful exchanges on this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for reminding us that good data, good information is key to making the right interventions. Thank you to the Honourable Governor of Switzerland. We have one more intervention from the Honourable Governor representing Gabon, and then we will start to wrap up the session. May I just urge you, obviously this question of how to amplify, scale up the work of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty is something of interest to so many of us here in the room today. So please use the next 2 days of deliberations here at the Governing Council to make your voice heard. But for this session, in the interest of time, Gabon, the floor is yours.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Excellencies, President of IFAD, Honourable Governors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before giving my country's point on this, the first item on the agenda, I would like to say that it is a huge honour and a great responsibility that I address you today as the new Minister for Agriculture of the Republic of Gabon. I just started this 3 weeks ago and am bringing to you the audacious, transformative vision that my country wishes to implement in our agricultural sector. The President of the Republic, Head of State, His Excellency General Brice Clotaire Oligui, firmly believes that Gabon can overcome current challenges in agriculture. I have the honor of sharing that conviction of the more bold and dynamic role that Gabon will play in transforming agriculture worldwide. For several years now, my personal engagement for women, young people and rural development has been at the heart of my political action, firstly as a local leader and then as a member of parliament. Today, I now take on this struggle to push forward a concrete, long-lasting change for food and nutritional security for our people. In a world where food security challenges are rising, where climate and geopolitical crises are shaking our food systems, and where there is a need for deep-seated transformation in agriculture, this is now crucial. Our meeting today takes on special importance. And that is why the strategic levers put on the agenda of this 48th session of the IFAD Governing Council deserve our attention in particular and our dedication collectively. With regard to the first item, Gabon welcomes the implementation of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, which is a very worthy initiative. Ending hunger and poverty knows no borders and colours, and so this is an issue that concerns us all. For this reason, Gabon subscribes to cooperation and wishes to join in the concerted efforts of all countries to rid the world of this scourge. Gabon wishes to play a key role in financial and technical innovation to speed up the transformation of food systems in developing countries. And I would like to thank the IFAD for inviting us to join in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Governor representing Gabon, and from all the submissions here, this incredible support, Minister Diash, for the initiative of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. I'd like us to please yield the floor to the Vice President of IFAD, Geraldine Mukeshimana, to just say a few words.
Excellencies, governors, dear colleagues and friends, let me start by thanking all of you for your contributions, ideas, and commitments. Already from the beginning, it was clear that the Alliance had an immense potential to tackle the most urgent issues of our generation: hunger, poverty, and inequality. What you have crystallized in this session is that we also have the will and the capacity to move from just a potential to the delivery. From this session, my key takeaways are: we must ensure that all the solutions that are being proposed are context-specific, they have to be locally owned, and they have to be scalable. We need to mobilize resources to rural communities, through governments and development partners, and we need to collaborate to de-risk private sector investments in small-scale producers and fisher folks. We must continue sharing evidence-based solutions and leverage the Alliance as a strong platform for matchmaking, partnerships, and policy dialogues. As we heard from the speakers at the opening and from the minister from Tanzania, It's important that we be also humble and that we be self-critical. It's really the time to address those structural challenges that are holding many countries back. As we operationalize the alliance, we need to work in parallel on advancing global finance reforms, including enhancement of multilateral development banks and to address debt agenda. Despite these debt agenda challenges, we have seen powerful examples of success that provide a roadmap to what is possible from this session. Today, we have heard powerful examples all the way from Nigeria, Tanzania, Laos, and many other countries in the room, where IFAD and the government have been working together to scale up successful models that are positively impacting the lives of small-scale food producers. These examples that we are hearing, they show us what is possible when we align global support to the national priorities. They also show us how partnerships and effective coordination can move us beyond standalone projects and connect investment to broader policy change at national and global levels. Above all, they are showing us how lives can be transformed by our work together. So what's next from here? As a founding member of Alliance, IFAD is fully committed to turning its ambition into a reality. IFAD is bringing at the table 50 years of experience in international financial institution, and also we are bringing at the table the know-how on designing and delivering with partner countries through targeted investment solutions and policies to combat hunger and poverty. With IFAD 13th operational cycle just starting, now is the right time. Our target is to achieve a program of work of $10 billion over the next 3 years. The Alliance can facilitate IFAD to reach this goal and to strengthen our role as an assembler of development finance for the rural people. We look forward to identifying opportunities through the Alliance for connecting our pipeline of loans and grants in over 80 countries in the world to opportunities that catalyze support for food producers at the first mile. As at IFAD, we are rolling up our sleeves and we are getting to work. As we look ahead, the G20 South African presidency, the 4th conference on financing for development, and many other key global discussions that are coming this year are offering critical opportunities to sustain the momentum that we just built. As we know that together, our common goals are not just a mere wish. They are within the reach, as we have heard. Together, we can transform the lives of those people who need us the most. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Vice President Geraldine Mukeshimana. And as you mentioned that, Brazil's passed on the baton to South Africa in terms of the G20 presidency. So I think maybe it's important to remind you what Nelson Mandela said. It almost seems impossible until it's done. It was a dream in Brazil. It now exists. Let's get it done, is what I'm hearing everybody say. Thank you very much. As we close off the session, to our representative from Norway, to our representative from the Lao People's Republic, to our representative from the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and to our representative from Tanzania, who've all shared insights on how to unlock the potential of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, and it's doable. I'd now like to defer to the IFAD Secretary, Claudia ten Hove, to pave the way.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mbele. And now we break for lunch. I'm sure you are looking forward to that. Just to inform you, a buffet lunch is available in the lounge just outside of our plenary. Please join us there. And may I also say that the same lunch is also served at a smaller scale on -1 in the conference area for those that have booked bilateral tables there. Otherwise, please join us in our beautiful lounge where there are a lot of other items for you to look at as well, including the 3D cameras for you to take trips to Brazil or to Mozambique or to Mauritius, to 3 of our projects out in the field. And just to look ahead for the afternoon, you are kindly requested to return to this plenary in time for the plenary to start sharply at 2:30. With a special event that continues from where we just laid off on the G7, G20 and IFAD in 2025, reforming the international financial architecture to build a secure future. See you back at 2:30, and we hope you have a pleasant lunch. Thank you very much.